are you serving? I'm Mark Bisbee.
Hold on a second, you're not on yet, Bill.
So that microphone's picking up.
Is that on? That's on. Our first order of business is the minutes of September 19, 2019 committee meeting. If committee members would take a look at that and see if there are any additions or corrections or changes.
I would move acceptance of the minutes.
So, yeah, we'll usually do that by consent. Appreciate that. If there are no changes, we will accept those. Next order is the Register University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Rod Leonards, please.
Regent Dokovich, committee members, thank you. The University of Iowa has 7 projects on the Capital Register. I'll plan on describing all 7, and if you have any questions, we'll go back and cover those. The first of the projects, this microphone aimed up. The first of the projects is a permission to proceed project where we will be renovating the UIHC Roy J. Carver Pavilion, expanding the heart and vascular cath labs. This is a project actually where we came to the board for permission to move forward with a smaller or a different project, which was approved in April of 2019, an $11,069,000 project to partially expand the cardiovascular procedure area and enables a 6th cath lab. In doing the investigation and the study on that project, we found with space that was available to be able to expand this project would allow us to actually go from 5 to 10 catheterization labs, which is a current important need for the hospital for patient access and for care of the patients in the hospital. So we are coming back to the Board of Regents asking for permission to advance this project, which, as I mentioned, will include moving from or expanding from 5 to 10 cath labs. We'll also have renovation of existing cath lab spaces that are there, and then associated support space, including HVAC, electrical within the spaces that are impacted at the Roy J. Carver Pavilion. It is estimated to be a $25 to $27 million project. We'll refine that through study, and the project would be funded by university hospital building funds. The next project, the second of 7, is UIHC John Colleton Pavilion, expand the observation unit project, 7,500 square foot project in the Colleton Pavilion. Again, it's another project related to access for inpatients. The spaces that we're renovating, the observation spaces, are typically used for less acute, and we're forcing out inpatient patient beds out of play. And as Suresh Gunasekaran has pointed out, our capacity for inpatient care is definitely under pressure and heavy, and this would help us to address that through this conversion project, estimated preliminarily at $6 to $8 million. Again, hospital building usage funds. It would include a range of elements, not just within that space, but adjacent to it, including restroom, showers, HVAC work, and also a family waiting area associated with those observation spaces. The third project is the Hillcrest Residence Hall. Hillcrest was built in 1939. It remains the largest residence hall on the west side of our campus. It also carries an important role in all of the food service for all of the residence halls on the west side of the campus. In concert with the university and housing and dining's continuing and well-planned modernization and care for the residence halls we have on campus, it is Hillcrest's turn. And this is a project, again, this is one where we will be increasing an initial submission to the Board of Regents, where we had looked at doing parts of that building. We are now moving forward with a project that would be a $16 to $18 million project funded by housing to take care of the living spaces for students, as well as all of the restrooms throughout the space, including piping. In some of the residence halls, we're able to do those in shafts within the hall and do parts of those over, say, a summer or 2 summers. In this case, the disruptions to that hall would be such that if we can coordinate them together, we'll only disrupt those portions of the building once. And so we're pulling them together and doing them in concert in one project. And that project, again, the coordination of beds and moving and using spaces we have, other parts of the campus, will be coordinated by housing and dining, and we'll come back in the coordination of construction on this. This project would be one over several years of time in work, and some of the larger projects are done that way. And again, it's the largest hall we have, 820 residents in the hall, so an important one to modernize and an important one to care for. The fourth project is a project description and budget for the Oakdale Studio facility. This is construction of a basic building on our Oakdale campus near the laundry facility on that campus toward the south end of our development on the Oakdale campus. The project is in concert with the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. We will be funding the project through the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences Gifts and Earnings and Treasurer's Temporary Investments. It's a project that allows for us to take care of program needs within art and art history and studio space off campus for those programs. They are currently hosted in a couple of formal buildings and then some informal spaces on campus, but primarily 2 buildings on campus that are well past their useful life. The Hawkeye campus has one facility, as does the Oakdale campus, the Oakdale Studio A building, which we came to the Board of Regents for permission to remove that building. This would be the result of that. So we'll be moving forward with a project that will be $2.5 million. It will be delivered by design-build method. The board approved the selection of Rohrbach and Associates as our design-build bridging consultant earlier this year. So we will execute that project beginning this winter, and will fall of 2020. We look to complete that project.
And the funding source?
Funding source is a combination of Treasurer's Temporary Investments and the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences Gifts and Earnings. The fifth of our 7 projects is the schematic design and budget for a project to modernize a portion of the Linguist Center on our main campus. It is the home to our College of Education. The building sits on the intersection, the northeast intersection of Burlington and Madison Streets. You see some renderings in your docket information. It's a 46-year-old building. It is a tricky piece of architecture to work with, and mechanical and electrical as well. And so this is an important project that will be aimed primarily at student services and advancement of those students in the College of Education, including study space, collaboration space. We have modern academic resource area as well, and then the relocation of the dean's office and office functions to be in a more approachable and connected location with the students. You also see from the renderings, we are taking what was generally considered a backdoor entry to the building on the north end and are renovating or reinvigorating that entrance as a primary entrance for the students. Part of that made possible or an aim for us because the College Street pathway, the hill between it and our engineering building, became a highlight location on our campus after we finished the engineering annex project, which has been completed in construction and now under use with our College of Engineering. But it created a pathway, a campus pathway that has become busier and more fruitful for us, and thus this entry has become more important for students entering the building to go to the College of Education. The next project is UIHC John Colleton Pavilion Upgrade Main Operating Room Building Controls and Telecom. It's a behind-the-walls project related to mechanical and electrical supply for our main operating surgery suite. We did risk assessments for those areas, quality assessments for those areas, and it is not only time but prudent for us to make sure that we minimize future risks as well as interruptions to the activities, the important activities that occur in the operating room. This is a $4 million budget, and the space that we are modernizing and taking care of from an HVAC perspective is 25 years old now. Hospital building usage funds will supply this project. We will be bidding it, starting construction at the beginning of 2020, and we'll finish the project within the calendar year. And finally, a revised budget for the Roy J. Carver replaced flooring on the first floor. This is a project that was reviewed by the board. Originally, the project was intended to be $3.2 million. Receiving the bids and the complications of a 24-hour operation and going through a major flooring project and a main entry renovation proved to be challenging in the market. And as such, this project is being brought to you as a revised budget to $4.4 million to address, in fact, the construction market for completion of that project. So we would intend to continue moving forward with the project and would start construction at the end of this year, and again, roughly a 9-month construction project. But we're looking for a revised budget approval from the Board of Regents today. And those are the 7 projects that we have on our capital register.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Any committee members have any questions about any questions or comments about any of those 7 projects? Okay, hearing none, we'll take those to the full board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rod. University of Iowa property purchase, David.
Thank you, Regent Dakovich. Before the board today is requested to approve the university's acquisition of approximately 22 additional acres of land in North Liberty. It's currently vacant farmed land. Purchase price is $2.2 million for the 22 acres, about $2.31 a square foot. This is looking at the maps that are in your docket material. This is immediately adjacent to an existing 38 acres of land the university already owns, purchased back in 2010 at $7.08 a square foot. Here we are 9 years later, and we have the opportunity to buy the adjoining property for $2.31. So it's certainly a good benefit to the university. There's been a couple other medical providers that have acquired lands in the area for about $10 a square foot. So taking advantage of this price will allow the site to become better planned and developed into the future. We would imagine coming back to the board sometime in calendar year 2020 with more detailed plans and permission to proceed with more formal planning on that site, the overall site.
Now, get my geography right. If you go west on Forever Green, you can access 380.
There is a new interchange that just opened maybe 2 months ago. Yeah, so there's a interchange that comes straight off of 380 onto this site in about a minute's drive.
So coming from North Liberty or Cedar Rapids, or
Correct.
that's
Exactly.
so. Any questions from board members? Any questions, comments on that? Okay, we will submit that to the full board. Thank you very much, David. Register of Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions, Pam Kane.
Thank you, Chair Dokovich, members of the committee. Iowa State University has 4 projects we're bringing before the committee today. The first one is a permission to proceed with project planning for LeBaron Hall. It's a replacement and renovation. We brought that to you for the capital requests to go to the state capital appropriations committees, and that building is estimated right now, estimated to be about $55 million, with 30 coming from state appropriations. That was our request. 15 million coming from gifts, and the other 10 million coming from universities, the university resources. This new building will offer a contemporary learning environment designed to encourage independent learning and leadership, to create a sense of community and inclusiveness, and better prepare our students by facilitating industry-based and experiential learning. Now remember, this is a complete replacement of our 49,000 square foot LeBaron Hall with a new one that is 83,000 gross square feet. So the project will include cutting-edge instructional spaces and multi-purpose classrooms of varying sizes. It'll include new teaching laboratories that will meet industry standards and program enrollment needs. The project will include common spaces, and it will create a community hub for students, faculty, staff, and administration. It will also have an atrium that will serve as a teaching and research space for event management, as well as acting as a gathering space for students. Our second project is a project description and budget for Friley Hall roof replacement. We came to the committee in September as a permission to proceed. This is replacing about 77,000 square feet of roofing, and it's a big roof. So it'll be between $5 and $6 million, and it's scheduled to take place next summer and the following summer, so summers of 2020 and 2021. Our next project on the register is the Memorial Union, floors 4 through 6 in renovation. If you remember, we came to the board in June of 2018 for an increase in student fees for the Memorial Union. It was a $30 fee that the board passed in June of 2018. And this is the project that is intended to fund. And so that building fee is to better fit the occupants' needs. Those are and accommodate restrooms, telecommunication, and mechanical spaces, and security system updates. It will include shared conference, storage spaces for units on the same floors instead of individual spaces. It will also provide a shared student hospitality areas between units on the same floor, and it will address deferred maintenance. And I think you have copies of some of the renderings in your packet. Our third project out of the 4 is the Union Drive Community Center. And that is a project, oh, wait a minute, I missed one. That was our last one. I would say that was 4. That was 3, 2, that's it, that is 4. Good. Okay. The Unity Drive Community Center, it's a renovation. We started with a $650,000 project to replace chairs and upgrade the finishes on the walls, and because those are identified to maintain the quality of dining services and improve the student experience. And so this additional is the same building, but it's in different spaces within that building. That's a building that's on Central Campus and has a huge amount of students for lunch. And so part of this addition to the project is to reduce the current peak congestion for customer flow and to also improve the seating arrangements and things that the students, once they saw what we were doing in part of that building, they wanted it for the rest of the building. And so those will be paid for with ISU dining funds. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the Committee on Iowa State's 4 projects? Questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll turn those into the full board. Thank you very much, Pam. Next, we have the Iowa State University acceptance of real estate gift.
Thank you.
Again,
We are requesting approval of the transfer of approximately 262 acres of land down in Lucas County, southwest of Sheraton, Iowa. It is within about 4 miles of our largest research farm that's outlying outside of the central Iowa region. And that will be managed by the McKay Farm. It's the donor wanted it to be managed with the McKay Farm as far as a research farm. And so per the donor's wishes, we are requesting that it be added to our McKay Farm. Happy to answer any questions.
questions? Hearing none. That's approved by consensus. Iowa State University proposed naming, next item.
The naming of the feed mill and grain sciences complex. So we are requesting that the board approve the naming to the Iowa State University Kent Corporation Feed Mill and Grain Science Complex. Very long name, but we had our lead gift was provided to us by Kent Corporation. It was an $8 million gift towards this, toward the construction cost of this feed mill and grain science complex. The total complex is $21.2 million, and it's all funded with gifts. But as a lead gift, we wanted to acknowledge that the Kent Corporation is a diversified, family-owned corporation. He has a strong commitment to the education as well as the research mission of Iowa State University and is involved in a lot of things on campus. So we would ask the board to approve the naming for us. Any questions?
Questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Pam. That's approved by consensus, and I think that's all you have. Thank you very much. Register of University of Iowa Northern, or Register of University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Michael Hager, please.
Thank you, Regent Dokovitz and committee members. Before you today are 3 projects on the University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Register. The first is permission to proceed with project planning for the Industrial Technology Modernization Project. This has been before the board before on our 5-year capital plan. Built in 1974, the Industrial Technology Center hasn't really seen upgrades since then of any significance, and technology has obviously changed dramatically in that period of time. And so the mechanical and electrical systems can't keep up with the current demands that are needed from the equipment for the laboratories in the facility. This building will help prepare about 500 students every year in STEM disciplines. Electrical engineering, construction management, graphic technologies, manufacturing technology, technology education. It's a technology building. So $1 million was already appropriated by the legislature for planning for FY21, which we appreciate. And so the request in front of the legislature is for an additional about a little less than $39 million. In addition, over $4 million in gift money will help fund the facility as well. And so on this one, we're requesting permission to proceed. The second project is an expansion of our Performing Arts Center, the Gallagher Bluedorn Performing Arts Center on campus. It was built in 2000. At that time, due to budget constraints, there were some amenities that were not included in the project. Things such as that will serve our donors and additional fundraising opportunities a little bit better than where we are now. This would increase square footage by about 16,000 square feet. The building is currently about 126,000 square feet. This would be, the intention would be funded with all private gifts and donations, and so we're asking for permission to proceed with planning on this particular project.
Which direction are you heading?
I'm sorry?
Which direction from the building?
Most of it will be just a little bit south on between where the building sits and that drive lane that comes around. A very small one over by the main entrance. And then the third project today is Dancer Hall restroom and corridor improvements. Dancer Hall is one of our residence halls on the north side of town. It's one of the towers on the north side of campus. It was built in 1969, 50 years ago. The restrooms remain more or less untouched, and so this will include privacy, which is very attractive to students these days. Update the corridor lighting with LED, include ADA restrooms. And so today we're asking for schematic design, project description, and budget with the understanding that this is authorization to proceed with construction as well. And that's a $6.3 million project funded by the resident system funds.
Questions on UNI's 3 projects? Questions, comments? Hearing none, those are approved. Thank you, Michael. University of Northern Iowa property purchase.
The university was approached by the current owner of a property. It's in a very strategic location to the university. It's directly across from Searley Hall on the corner of University Avenue and College Hill. And so we'd like to consider purchasing that. We already own 1 parcel on that half of the block, so this would give us 2 of the 3 parcels. There's not a current designed use for the property. It is within the university's facilities master plan as a property of interest for us. So we'd like to move forward with that at this time.
Where's your other property set?
It's on the other corner of that block, so it's just north.
Okay.
There's a little red house there.
That's right. Okay. Yep. Questions? Questions from the committee? Questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, that is approved. Thank you, Michael, for your reports. Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School proposed property sale. John Nash.
Thank you, Regent Dokovich. The board office is requesting board approval to authorize the executive director to take all actions necessary, including the execution of our property sale agreement to sell the Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School to the city of Vinton for $1. The property includes 48 acres and 11 buildings. In June, the board authorized the executive director to renew the AmeriCorps lease for an additional 10 years. That lease renewal is now complete. As you may know, AmeriCorps has been leasing 60% of the campus for the last 11 years. Before we finalize the property sale, we do have closing documents to complete, including the transfer of the AmeriCorps lease itself to the Board of Regents, from the Board of Regents to the City of Vinton. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does the Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School part of our deferred maintenance list?
Yes,
We don't know maybe you know what that number is?
I don't.
Okay.
offhand, yeah.
Questions? Comments on the sale of the Braille and Sight Saving School in the City of Vinton? Okay, hearing none, that's approved. Thank you very much, John. We've got 3 institutional agreements, leases, and easements, and we will start with the University of Iowa. David?
We've got 1 lease for the benefit of University of Iowa hospitals and clinics. This is a 14,000 square foot office building about a mile or less from the main hospital campus. It'll allow about over 60 employees that are currently sort of back office functions within the pharmacy department of the main hospital to relocate. They're scattered throughout the hospital to relocate into a unified office location, and it will free up space within the main hospital, as you've heard reported frequently about the need for just additional patient access, additional services being provided, and freeing up sort of back office functions and allowing more direct patient care to occur within the main hospital building is part of the hospital's master plan. This is a favorable lease rate of $11 a square foot, and we'd ask for permission to enter into this lease.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on that particular lease? Okay, that is approved. Iowa State University easement. Pam?
Thank you. Iowa State requests an approval of a roadway easement with the City of Ames. City of Ames is planning to extend Grand Avenue from South 5th Street to South 16th Street, and part of that land is ours. That land we've had leased to Legacy Golf Associates in 2001, so we've had that lease for a long time. The city has worked out an arrangement with the golf course to use that piece of property and leave it as the extension of Grand Avenue, and so we're not caught in the middle, and so we're asking for an easement on that. Part of it will be temporary and part of it will be permanent.
Questions or comments from the committee on Iowa State University's easement? Okay, hearing none, that is approved. Thank you. UNI agreement. Michael?
The University of Northern Iowa is excited to bring forward an agreement with the Des Moines Area Community College. You may have heard of the public announcement last week with Governor Reynolds, President Nook, and President Denson from Des Moines Area Community College. This is a 20-year agreement between the two institutions. It expands our existing relationship with Des Moines Area Community College, and the implication is that students can complete their first 2 years at DMAC, and then UNI can deliver the last 2 years in the Des Moines area to help students finish their degree without having to relocate.
Questions or comments from the committee on that agreement? Okay, hearing none, we will take that to the board. That concludes our agenda. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.
2 minutes, sir?
Campus and Student Affairs Committee meeting. I'll start with a roll call. Regent Least. Here. Vice President Shivers. Vice President Harmon.
Present.
Vice President Knutson.
Present.
I believe Assistant Administrator John Kuhl is absent. Associate Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius.
Present.
And Regent Lindenmeyer is present. First order of business is the approval of our meetings from the September board meeting. Does anyone have any changes to those meetings? I think you've had a chance to review those. Hearing none, we'll approve those by general consent. Item 3, under the Cleary Act, our universities publish an annual security report on campus crime statistics. These reports were submitted to the United States Department of Education in October and are available on each university's website. As we enter the reports into the board's public record, we have representatives from 3 universities available to answer any of the board's questions about this year's reports. I would like to welcome to the table Chief Helen Hare from the University of Northern Iowa, Chief Michael Newton from Iowa State University, and Chief Scott Beckner from the University of Iowa to the table. Thank you for attending. Are there any questions from members of the committee, first of all, for any of these people? I had one question. In filing these, have you seen any, or are you aware of any national trends with regard to this report on violence on campus, or any trends on your own campuses that have appeared recently?
Yeah, as we look at this, every campus is different. So I always emphasize that with folks, that different environments, different surroundings, different cultures, and that definitely has an impact on the trends that we see nationally. Sexual assault nationally has been a number that's increasing. We're seeing, I see that as a positive, and that people are feeling comfortable coming forward. They're bringing items to the forefront. With the Me Too movement, on my own campus, we definitely saw a more forward approach to reports coming out. The thing I caution on, though, is, one of mine I looked at and went, wow, a 900% increase. But we're talking such small numbers that a couple cases reported to us really skews the statistics when we're looking at this. So we do have to be careful as we try. I actually tried to look at each of the other campuses and national numbers, and it's really hard to compare because of some of that. We've seen some things at Iowa State, some decrease in assaults. We hope that's based on the work that we're doing. We hope that that's based on the fact that we're out there doing more education. We're being more proactive in the alcohol enforcement area. And so hopefully that's changing some of the trends that we're seeing in that area. We noticed an increase in our burglaries. In part, that's the Cleary definitions on some of these can skew the numbers from what state reporting requirements are. In this case, we had a number of storage units broken into, and each of those was counted as a burglary. So it kind of drove our numbers in a different direction, even though they were in the same area and vicinity. Overall, one of my goals has been to get people to feel comfortable with law enforcement, feel comfortable reporting, because I do believe that makes a safer, more secure campus environment.
I would echo what Chief Newton said. We also had an increase in burglaries substantially, but that was a situation where we had one area that was burglarized 8 different times. So you kind of have to understand what the numbers mean. And as he said, the Cleary definition of burglary is not the same as the state. So we have to be very careful in how we count those. And also with the sexual assault reporting, it is absolutely a good thing that people are more comfortable coming forward with that. And we encourage that and try to help them through the process as much as we can.
the University of Iowa, the trends are pretty much the same as they were last year. We haven't seen anything uptick in too much. We've seen a decrease in alcohol violations inside the residence halls. What we're doing, back 2-3 years ago, we had one student working for us, and now we have over 100, and they are driving golf carts around. They're inside the residence halls, and they're driving kind of like we created this Uber where people can call them and get a ride back and forth. And so we have more eyes and ears out there, and so we're getting more reporting. So we're knowing what's going on, but when we do know what's going on, we can come up with programs to get those numbers back down.
Great, thank you. I commend the work that you're doing. I know the environment over the years has changed on college campuses, and I know you've been more proactive on addressing those issues. And the Cleary legislation, no question, makes people more aware of that, which I think is a good thing, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you for your good work. Next item is the presentation on the university threat assessment. And this presentation is done by Helen Hare. Angie Rames, if she's here, I'd ask her to come to the table. Eli Hodgkin and Michael Newton, who's already here. Thank you.
My name is Eli Hodgkin. I'm the Threat Assessment Program Director here for the University of Iowa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our program and how we keep our campus safe. First, I want to thank the University of Iowa leadership in supporting our program and the Board of Regents for the insight and wisdom to implement threat assessment programs for institutions in Iowa after the tragedy in Virginia Tech in 2008. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Angie Reams. I serve as the Associate Vice President and Dean of Students at the University of Iowa, and we're going to share a little bit about our program and some background on that. At the University of Iowa, we primarily focus on individuals' behaviors, in particular individuals who may pose a risk of harming others or themselves, or whose behavior is affecting the larger campus community in a detrimental manner. I'm not going to go into detail on threat assessment's pathway to violence or the literature on threat assessment, but what we do know is that intervening early can make a huge difference in addressing concerns and mitigating risk, which is the foundation for our team at the University of Iowa. We created teams that allow us to be nimble and responsive to any concerns that arise and that provide dedicated staff to manage the referrals and concerns. Our core team, or our threat assessment team, is the primary response team that assesses and responds to any concerns that arise. At this time, it includes 4 threat managers from Human Resources, University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, the Department of Public Safety, and the Office of the Dean of Students. We also have an advisory team that provides additional professional expertise from the areas of employee assistance, Office of the General Counsel, Office of the Sexual Misconduct Response Coordinator, and University Counseling. Our teams allow us to be responsive to assess cases thoroughly and appropriately, and also reduce silos of information, which we know have created concerns on other campuses who have had high risk or public cases recently within higher education. We know that each situation has unique factors and is often dependent upon the individual, the behaviors, the environment, or the involved parties. As a result, we offer a variety of services and options to support our campus community members and our visitors. It ranges from validating those concerns that are reported, consulting on next steps, providing training and support, sharing information and guidance, and creating a plan to mitigate risks.
As Angie mentioned, we take reports of behavioral concerns for staff, faculty, students, and visitors, including hospital visitors. We take every report seriously, and we take a balanced approach to prevent further escalation of the situation. We're prevention-based and not prediction-based. Our first step of our process is the most critical in that we rely on community members to report concerns to our team. What we know from past hard acts of violence is the majority of attackers tell friends or loved ones intimate details of the attack prior to the event. Almost always, that person does not report to anyone else, so the concern can be addressed. The next step in our process is assessment. Our team uses evidence-based, structured professional judgment tools that are validated in institutions of higher education and workplace to determine if someone poses a risk of violence. These assessments are dynamic and change as we learn new information and as behaviors change. Our next steps include management and intervention. Our management goal is to ensure that no concerns falls through the cracks. In addition, we implement and guide interventions to reduce the likelihood of violence. Threat assessment and management is only successful through a community approach. Our program is committed to community engagement in a variety of ways. We host student learning opportunities, practicum students at the University of Iowa School of Social Work, and our hopes is that these students can learn more about our process so they can utilize their experience in future success. We've presented to over 1,000 faculty, staff, and students on our program, our process, and what behaviors to report to our team. In addition, we adapt processes so that it aligns with our community expectations. We seek their evaluation and their experience to better align our own processes. We have collaborated with University of Iowa College of Public Health on a research project to evaluate training practices to better prepare threat teams. Also, we are engaging with local agencies to better address concerns that threaten our community. We realize that threats to our campus can be broad and that it's essential to partner with our local community to address these complex situations. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take just a minute and back up just a little bit. We assume a certain amount of knowledge is from you guys on threat assessment. So from a historical context, threat assessment teams came about as a result of the Virginia Tech incident. So after that occurred, there were a lot of evaluations and assessments that happened, and what was consistent was the problem was the information was very siloed. Dean of Students' Office knew a little bit, police knew a little bit, counseling center knew a little bit, but nobody was talking to each other. That was the problem. So universities developed these teams or committees where everybody sits in the same room and we discuss. So on our campus, it's called the Threat Assessment Team, much like the others. Some campuses call them the Behavioral Intervention Team. Nomenclature varies, but it's all, we all have the same goal. So what we do is we get those people in a room, and we've heard that some of the people are in there. I'm the chair of our committee. We have the Dean of Students, we have the Director of Residential Life, Director of HR, Legal Counsel, of course, University Relations. So we have a pretty good breadth of representation on the team. So we meet, which one's forward? There we go. This is our mission statement. It's primarily the same. Our goal is to prevent anything from happening ultimately. And if something is deemed to be a threat, we try to get the resources involved to help mitigate that threat. The members of our committee, one of the things that we do, we get all of our committee members to go through the NIMS training. Everybody's familiar with NIMS, the National Incident Management System. It's incident command, critical incident training. And we look at things, generally people think about students as our conversation. We talk about anything that might pose a threat to the university. It could be a student, it could be a faculty member, it could be a situation. We have a very prominent controversial speaker coming to the campus. We'll talk about those types of things. I'm not going to read all those. They're pretty self-explanatory. We go into detail about our protocols. You know, we meet every week. We schedule for an hour and a half. Fortunately, most weeks we don't have to be there an hour and a half. But we do have, along with the NIMS training, right now we're undergoing some training. So we try to keep our people current on the most recent developments in threat assessment. And much like the others, we have other entities, other committees on the campus that also have a role to play. One of them is our care team. That one is dedicated to student issues, not necessarily threats, but anytime a student has some type of crisis or has need of some type of resource that will help them get through a stressful time. We also have our case management team. That's the one that deals primarily with faculty and staff, same situation. And we have the climate response team. These are the folks that deal with any hate, bias type crime. None of these may reach the threat assessment level, but like everybody else, we encourage people. I do an orientation with every new employee when they come in and do their orientation. We talk about critical incidents. We go over threat assessment, and we ask for their participation. If they see something or hear something that they think might rise to that level, to please contact somebody, even if it's their supervisor. But we give them a list of everybody on the team with phone numbers. And because it's an effort, it's not just us. Everybody has to be involved. So that's all I have.
All right. Thanks for having us today. I'm going to start a little bit about talking about really the vision of our whole program when it comes to threat assessment and management. We'll delve a little bit into the difference between threat assessment and threat management, because there is definitely a difference. Our team's been fairly established. It's been around for a significant amount of time. We actually have 2 different teams that I'll talk about, and those 2 teams are structured differently and look at different things and are chaired differently, and so we'll go into a bit about that. But for us, it's about building community. It's about building that community that will come forward and tell us about things that are happening. We know if we structure these programs in such a way that people will come and tell us, hey, my friends are struggling, I heard about this threat, or I heard about these things, we'll have a better overall program. And so that's part of the vision of the Department of Public Safety as well, is trying to build that community that we have. Overall, our mission, right, is to have a safe and secure learning environment. We want people to feel welcome at our campuses. We want them to feel like they belong. We want to make sure that they're safe. That's what the parents definitely expect out of us, and that's important to us, is to maintain that high level of professionalism so that we're protecting everyone who visits and comes to our campus environments. When we look at threat management, we're really looking at managing the individual's behaviors, looking at, are there some interventions, are there some strategies that we can put into place to help them. We get called on a daily basis to mental health welfare checks, or we get called to students exhibiting abnormal behavior on a frequent basis. Not just us, the dean of students and others have those connections and outreach. And what kinds of interventions can we put in place to have them head off onto the right path in their campus and college environment? We want them to learn from those experiences and move forward and hopefully be able to sustain their time at Iowa State and our other institutions. When we're talking about threat assessment, we're really looking at a fact-based, we're really looking at evidence-based models that we're pulling together facts. We're trying to figure out, is this person on a different pathway? Are they on a pathway to violence instead of the pathway to something that we can assist them with and we can help them? And so really most of our job is threat management. We have at our campus, we have very small cases that rise to that real true threat assessment level. And I'll talk about the tools and things that we're using here in a second for those. Really, we have some concepts in our program. Really, the violence towards self and others is often preventable. We believe that. That's part of our concepts of our teams that we have. We also believe in being proactive. Threat management is a proactive measure. We're trying to get ahead of these. We're trying to assist people in moving forward. And we're about intervening in the behaviors, what kind of behaviors they're having, whether it's a disruption in the classroom, disruption in the residence hall, or just in the general community as a whole. We want our students to be successful on campus. At the police department, our threat assessment and management team really spends a lot of time. There's some things on the slide. We're really trying to identify these individuals of concern. We work really hard to make sure that we're in tune and working with our partners to make sure that we're gathering all the facts necessary to help with the interventions. And really, we have two teams on our campus. The first team is our student assistance follow-up and evaluation team, multidisciplinary team. This team has representatives from all over campus that sit on it, from the police department to the dean of students, the office of conduct, our legal counsel, our department of residence, our student health, our counseling center, our international students, our student accessibility. And so we really made sure that this was a multidisciplinary approach so that we're not having those silos of information so that they're coming to us. Really, though, there's 4 areas that tend to feed into this group between police, dean of students, residents, and counseling. And counseling can really only intervene and give us information if it's really a threat or they're a danger to the community. So they're limited in the scope in which they rely. This team is chaired by the Dean of Students Office, the student assistance folks and staff. And so we, as the police, sit on there as a member of that group. I want to hit that. The other team is our faculty and staff safety team, and that is chaired. Me or my designee is the chair of that team. Generally, my deputy chief for threat and investigations sits on that team most of the time and manages. Once again, it's a multidisciplinary team where the provost's office is connected with their legal counsel. Human resources is a huge part of that team. Office of Equal Opportunity, Dean of Students is another one on there in our graduate college. Really, most of our information comes from the provost, human resources, and our Office of Equal Opportunity when it comes to this team. The team meets weekly. Both of these groups meet on a weekly basis, so they're talking in real time about these cases, and they will call special meetings if there's a case that comes forward that has some significance that they need to come forward for. We also have an admissions review committee. That committee does not meet very often, but when it's needed, it does come together, and the police sit on that committee. It's really looking at potential applicants, students that are coming in that have a violent past or history or have some type of behavioral issues because they want to be readmitted. So we are looking at some of those of how can we make them, assist them in being successful when they do reenter the campus environment at Iowa State. And then talking about really training, we look at all the national best practices when it comes to this topic. We are members of the Association of Threat Assessment Professionals. I have several of my staff that regularly attend their conferences and their meetings and are trained at that level. In the last 2 years, I embarked on an effort. It's a really expensive effort, but we embarked on moving forward with going to advanced threat assessment school for my primary folks that are in this field. We went through the Gavin DeBecker and Associates School. Both of my staff that went through it so far, I'm going to send more probably next year, have raved about how helpful and beneficial that was to really have the seeing from a national perspective and also having that more advanced level of training. We also are in the process of developing what we're going to call our care team to look at our mental health calls for service. So far this year, we've had a 52% increase in our mental health calls for service. Significant for us, and can we have a kind of a multidisciplinary team that can look at those cases, and are there different ways, are there better ways that we can respond to those cases? And then this year we also brought in a product called Waiver 21. It's an evidence-based scientific tool that was developed at another institution to look at the true threat assessment cases. It's a 21-point questionnaire that we go through. It helps us, once we've gathered all the facts, helps us determine, not always can you determine if somebody's on the pathway to violence, but it definitely is a scientific, evidence-based approach to making sure we're looking at that. We actually invited a multidisciplinary team to that training, brought in experts to do that training, so that our whole team understands what the police are looking for when they're asking questions when it comes to the things that we need to know to help us gauge, is this person on a path that we need to intervene, or where are they at in the scale? And so at that point, any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead. David?
Showing what steps you take to maintain the confidentiality of information on students who may be being investigated or discussed.
Yeah, obviously with our teams, we talk about the confidentiality of the information that's present. We have secure databases that we use to track the information. And in many cases, like our records, because the threat records are investigative records, they are not subject to the open records piece and are held confidential.
Any other questions? Regent Betker?
Thank you. I feel great that you are doing these weekly meetings in this fashion. It really gives me a great feeling to know that you're doing this. How widespread is the knowledge on campus of how to get help?
Well, I think the campus does a good job. I mean, for our faculty, staff, our employees, Human Resources has their employee assistance program. The students, the focal point for students would be the Dean of Students office, and they are very proactive. They work very closely with the counseling center and with us, and they will help facilitate any resource that the student may need. And I think that's pretty well publicized. I know our Residence Life folks put up flyers and have those conversations with their students, their residential students, when they have some problems. Initially they'll talk to the RA or the RLC, but they will also refer them. So they do a really good job with training the people who may be that first person that the student talks to. In our office, of course, we're all aware of where to guide students, staff, visitors even, if they need some resources.
And we do a lot of trainings about our threat assessment program. We'll do trainings on multiple topics. Throughout the year, we train about 45 or 50,000 people a year on various topics, and we'll always try to push in there the resources that exist on campus, not just for students, but for faculty and staff. We also have partnered with some student organizations to develop resource cards, mostly mental health, but a lot of these cases that we're seeing have a mental health component to them. And in partnering with that student organization, we're giving out these cards on a regular basis to make sure that we're promoting. And then, we work very closely with our Dean of Students office, and that partnership is key, because if we don't know what resources, we know we can reach out to them and help direct people. But we're, every chance we get, we push it. We hear from students that they just don't know, and so everybody is working hard to just keep pushing those out, linking them on our websites, doing all those types of things.
And for the University of Iowa, we give presentations to faculty, staff, students, organizations on our kind of program, what behaviors to report, and also collaborate with other campus partners. So if they get a situation that requires, or they feel like we could assist in that, they'll loop us in and they'll refer that student, staff, or faculty to us. Another thing is that we work with our Office of Strategic Communications, who have helped develop a marketing plan, because we do often hear, especially from students, well, I didn't know this existed. And so we do have a clear path of our marketing plan to really target our students and our staff, to know about us before an incident does occur. And some of these things I'll leave here too is some of our marketing that we have worked with them, and kind of what behaviors to report to our team.
Any other questions? I'd just like to say, again, I'd commend you for the work that you do in this important area. It's delicate, as well as I know. And Angie mentioned this concept of siloed information. It seems like every time you read about an incident nationally, something probably could have been prevented if would have been knocked down. So I appreciate your weekly meetings like Regent Butker does, and thank you for your report today. Thanks. Before I ask if there is any other business, I want to take a moment to recognize Dr. Shivers. This is Dr. Shivers' last campus and student affairs meeting because she's leaving the University of Iowa in January to become the Vice President for Student Life at Ohio State University. It wasn't anything I said, was it, Melissa? Okay. She's been a tremendous asset, and I want to thank her for her outstanding service and dedication to the University of Iowa, and we wish you well. Thank you for your service. Is there any other business from the board to come before this committee?
We do have a student testimony, if you'd like to hear that
Yes.
for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. While he's coming up, I'd like to just introduce him. I think in recognition of Veterans Day this week and a very active student on campus, we have Cole Pasick approaching. Cole is a senior studying political science and public administration. We're trying to not let him graduate. He is from Winthrop, Iowa. He has been incredibly active on campus, but I want to also acknowledge that he served 6 years as a Marine, protecting our country with 3 deployments, one of them in combat. And he came back to the University of Northern Iowa to get his education. And while that time, he's been president of Model UN, president of the Veteran Student Association. He served as Chief Justice in our student government. He was the founder of the Mental Health Student Association and many more things that we don't have time for. So I'm going to turn it over to Cole and let him share a little bit about his story.
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, so I'll be quick here. I know with the topic of safety coming up and everything, and one of the questions was how does it get to students, or like how does the word get out and everything. Instead of going on my history and everything, I think I'll go right into something that's affected me here at school. We have the climate response team here at UNI, and I've actually been a part of that. We had an event going on here on campus, and it affected some of the studies for students while we were in class because of a rally that got together. We were able to file something through the climate response team, be able to talk to the actual UNI police, be able to talk to the Dean of Students office, and able to clear that up. I mean, it was no like real emergency initiated like right away, but we were able to like clear that up, work with that. And the best part is the organizations like the UNIVA, we have students here like myself who are stressed, come with PTSD and all these problems, but like the climate response team and all these extra resources that are on campus that are available to us, they're made so publicly through those kind of resources. So that helps students like myself, find that stuff on campus, and it actually affects us real time.
Thanks, Cole. We appreciate what you've done here on the campus and what we know you'll do in the future too, even if they don't let you graduate.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Cole? Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
With that, we'll adjourn the meeting of the Campus Affairs and Student Committee. Thank you.
did this come to be? I don't know how you found me, but from the moment I saw you, deep inside my heart I knew, baby, you're my destiny. You and I were meant to be. With all my heart and soul, I give my love to heaven home. And as far as I can see, you were always meant to be my destiny. I wanted someone like you, someone that I could hold on to and give my love until the end of time. But forever was just a word, something I'd only heard about. But now you're always there for me. When you say forever, I'll believe. Baby, you're my destiny. You and I were meant to be. With all my
Meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee will come to order. The first item of business is roll call. Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Provost Wickert.
Present.
Provost Jim Walpart couldn't be here, so we have Associate Provost Patrick Peace.
Present.
And Provost Fuentes.
Present.
And Academic Affairs
Yes.
Rachel Boone.
Present.
Academic officer, I should say, and Regent Butker is present. We have a quorum. On the first item of business is approval of our meeting minutes from September. Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those minutes will be approved by general consent. Then the next item is the University of Iowa, and I'll recognize Provost Fuentes will present the University of Iowa request for a new center.
Thank you, Regent Butker. This is a proposal for a new center, a center for non-invasive brain simulation. Oh, it's not, okay, thank you. This is a proposal for a new center, a center for non-invasive brain simulation to be housed in our Carver College of Medicine under the Department of Psychiatry. The purpose here is to continue promoting clinical care, clinical practice, and research in relation to brain disorders with the purpose of gaining a better understanding of how the brain functions so we can, that can help us to lead to better and improved treatment. This area of research has been recognized as a top priority by different federal agencies, including NIH, and the University of Iowa is very well positioned to be successful with this initiative due to the strength that we already have in place as part of our Iowa Neuroscience Institute. Furthermore, it will help us to bring more opportunities for collaborations and partnerships across the state, including with Iowa State University, the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department. It would also help us to continue gaining more national and local recognition while we continue advancing research in this critical area. There is not any financial request. The center will be fully supported by grants and awards. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, if there's no objection, the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the Center for Non-Invasive Brain Stimulation at the University of Iowa. At this time, Provost Wickert will present requests for 2 center closures.
Thank you, Regent Butker. I'll take these 2 items together, and we request permission to close these 2 centers. The first, the Industrial Assessment Center, was formed in 1990 to provide energy audits to manufacturing companies. That was originally funded through a federal grant, which has since run its course, and that funding has expired, and some of the faculty involved in the program will soon be retiring. So closing this center is a good housekeeping step in our view to terminate that activity, and it will have no impact on staff, students, or faculty in the work they do. The Center for Plant Responses to Environmental Stresses was formed in 1999 as part of our Plant Sciences Institute. Now, that institute changed its funding model around 5 years ago, and at this time there's currently insufficient funding to justify continuing the Center for Plant Responses. Work in that area, though, will continue through faculty in our Department of Plant Pathology and Microbiology, and some of the administrative support functions previously provided by the center will be absorbed by the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. So in short, when funding expires or lead faculty retire, or there's no longer a programmatic need for the activity in a center, it's part of our approach at Iowa State University to close centers that have run their course.
Are there any questions or comments concerning this? If there are no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the closure of the Center for Plant Responses to Environmental Stresses and the Industrial Assessments Center. Next, Associate Provost Patrick Peace will now share information on program and department change requests at UNI.
Thank you very much. There we have 5 requests. The first is a termination of our humanities BA degree. The humanities major was originally established in 1972 as an interdisciplinary program designed for students who wanted to create a customized curriculum in humanities and arts, drawing from existing courses across multiple departments. And while the major offered an opportunity for students to explore programs not available in our other curriculum, the program has not maintained the interest it once had. The program has not drawn sufficient student demand in recent years, and enrollments have steadily declined since 2011. All students currently in the program are expected to graduate in 2 to 3 semesters, and since the program is comprised of classes that are also offered in other majors, current students in the program will have no difficulty finishing the degree. The second and third items I'd like to talk about together are termination of our MA in Health Education and a program name change for our MA in Leisure, Youth, and Human Services. So the termination of the MA in Health Education is part of a larger proposal to reduce 2 similar and overlapping programs into a single MA program that's more streamlined and focused on student needs. The MA in Health Education has provided postgraduate academic training for public health practitioners and health educators in a wide variety of settings, including public, academic, hospital, clinical, nonprofit, and corporate settings. So while we're requesting a termination of the program, this proposal is linked to our request for a program name change for the MA in Leisure, Youth, and Human Services. As part of the termination, we're simultaneously transferring the relevant academic content of the closed degree to the MA in Leisure, Youth, and Human Services. To complete the consolidation of content, we're also asking for a program name change for that second degree to Community, Health, and Recreation. The renamed MA degree will combine the best elements of each of the 2 programs and is better suited for graduates who would like to work in fields such as public health, community parks and recreation, and youth work. This move simplifies and streamlines our curriculum and offers students a better opportunity for the current employment landscape. Again, students currently enrolled in the Health Education MA program will be able to finish their degrees. Plans are in place to continue offering most of the necessary courses along with suitable substitutions for other courses in the program as it's slowly drawn down over the next couple of years.
Great. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Regent Lindemeyer.
On the program eliminations, does that affect any staffing? Are you able to cut any staff? Or?
No, in the first one, the program is comprised entirely from courses really borrowed from other programs, and so those are intact. The other, the 2 programs that we're talking about, the one that we're closing and the one that we're changing the name of, they're in the same department. Some efficiencies will be realized by some courses that don't have to be taught, but we're not expecting a staff reduction as a result of that. Just really more efficiencies and freeing up time within the instructors, within the existing curriculum that we have by eliminating some redundancies.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, if there's no objection, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the termination request for the Bachelor of Arts in Humanities and the Master of Arts in Health Education, approval of the name changes for the Bachelor of Arts and the Master of Arts in Leisure, Youth, and Human Services, and the name change for the Department of Communication Studies. Yes, could you speak about the communication studies?
Absolutely. The name change for the Department of Communication Studies to Communication and Media. Our Department of Communication Studies is really an umbrella department which includes undergraduate and graduate programs across a fairly wide range of areas, including digital media, communication, journalism, public relations, performance studies, and communication teaching. Additionally, the department houses an interdisciplinary program called Interactive Digital Studies. So the current name that we have really represents a narrow and outdated view of the department and its offerings, and it doesn't clearly reflect what the program's current offerings really are. In fact, the department, it really is a reflection of the modern conditions dealing with the convergence of communication where traditional media, social media, organizational and interpersonal communication all influence one another simultaneously. And so we think that the proposed name change will be more informative and transparent about the educational offerings inside the department and will more clearly communicate the options that are available to students.
Great, thank you. We'll now receive a presentation on the faculty activities report from the universities, and this is the beginning of the Rachel Boone Show.
Thank you, Regent Becker.
Thank you.
I'll keep the show short.
Don't worry.
Every other year, board policy requires the universities to complete a faculty activities report for the board. This is the fourth year in the cycle in which we have had sort of a revised survey approach to this. So we have some nice information to share with you throughout this. And throughout the way we do it is throughout the course of a year or a semester, all faculty, all full-time faculty at the institutions are surveyed with this, and every single one of them is asked to sort of do an accounting of the activities, their work activities for that particular week. And it's spread out over the course of the entire semester. Different faculty are asked each week to help us account for the ebbs and flows of the semester. So we end up getting a really nice sort of set of data on the full range of activities throughout the semester from different faculty. I am beyond thrilled to tell you that we had nearly 80% of our over 4,500 full-time faculty respond to this, and that is a remarkable response rate. Our faculty are really committed to making sure that all of you and the public know what they're doing and how hard they're working at doing it. And it's greatly appreciated. And that is also in no small part to the effort of the three folks to my left who they and staff that they work with do an awful lot to make this happen. So we're absolutely grateful for all the work that they do. It also gives us, because of the 80% response rate, we also have a great deal of confidence in these results because we hear from so many of them such a consistent story. So I want to thank all the faculty who have participated, thank these folks for being involved, and you've all received the report, so I don't want to go into too much detail, but I'll share a couple details if I can. Yeah, so I'd like to share just a few high-level numbers. The report doesn't quite do it in this way, but in the fall of 2018, and this is pretty consistent in other semesters as well, our faculty are producing over 1 million credit hours of instruction for students at our institutions, and that's an extraordinary amount of time to prepare for class, time to be in class, learning that's happening. So we really want to emphasize how much is happening there. But also over 800,000 hours in a semester of all the scholarship, research, creative work that our faculty are doing, and that's just the full-time faculty. We have other faculty classifications, of course, engaging in much of this work as well. When it comes to community service, hours per week here, over 5,000 hours a week of service, outreach, and extension activities by our full-time faculty. 14,000 hours of clinical service being provided to people and animals across the state of Iowa. And much of that time, I will add, there's a student next to that clinician. So we have a lot of teaching and learning that is happening at the same time that they're doing this service, that they're doing the clinical outreach. So I think it's really important that we look at this in context of the sort of breadth of engagement that faculty are doing and how much impact they can have in that time. So I'm going to ask our experts over here to share a few details themselves, and I'll pass it to John.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is John Valentine, the Associate Provost for Faculty at the University of Northern Iowa, and we're pleased to have you on our campus today. I've been teaching and I've been an administrator at UNI for the past 29 years, so I'm very proud to be able to present to you about the activities that our faculty are participating each year here at the University of Northern Iowa. The first slide that you see includes the number of faculty by appointment type at UNI. You will notice that 70% of our faculty members are tenured or are on the tenure track, which demonstrates our commitment and emphasis on faculty teaching students in the classroom. Due to our mission and emphasis on teaching, UNI professors typically have a higher teaching load than the other Regents institutions. Our mission at the University of Northern Iowa is focused on exceptional teaching, high-quality research, and creative activities pursued by faculty around the globe, and professional service. In the classroom, many student engagement activities occur in collaboration with professional businesses, community organizations, and public schools throughout the state of Iowa and beyond. UNI has faculty teaching in more than 90 undergraduate majors and select graduate degree specializations, with recognized programs in the humanities, arts and sciences, social and behavioral sciences, business, and education, all with a strong foundation in the liberal arts through a comprehensive general education program. You will notice from the slide that faculty members at the University of Northern Iowa have assigned portfolios of work, 60% in teaching, typically 3 classes each and every semester, 25% in scholarship or research, and 15% in service. If you total the overall work hours you see on the slide, you will see that UNI professors typically spend a total of 51 plus hours each week to accomplish their work. While you can see that their major focus of time is dedicated to teaching, 29 hours per week, faculty members continue to be active in research, 12 hours per week. Their research work often informs their pedagogy and enhances their content knowledge in educating students in the classroom. The service component, plus additional activities noted on the slide, totals 10 hours, which demonstrates UNI faculty members' overall commitment to serving our students and the greater community. UNI students alone completed more than 1 million hours in community engagement experiences in 2018-2019, which had an economic impact of over $28 million through their volunteer, internship, student teaching, and additional work in the community. The dedicated work of our faculty and outcomes and accomplishments attained by our students and graduates demonstrates that this important work makes a difference with our students and how the university is recognized nationally. As you look at the first bullet, it is important to note that this is the 18th consecutive year that UNI has received the U.S. News and World Report #2 public university ranking in the Midwest. The second bullet, designation from the Princeton Review, surveyed 140,000 students across the country to name UNI one of the best colleges in the Midwest region. The third bullet is one of our newest national awards relating to the work of all of our faculty. The National Institute for Learning Outcomes Assessment, a national program aimed at recognizing colleges and universities conducting comprehensive assessment of student learning outcomes as a means to drive internal improvement and advance student success, designated UNI as one of 7 members represented nationally for the 2019 Class of Excellence in Assessment designation through the work of our faculty. Since we just celebrated Veterans Day this week, as you heard this morning, the military-friendly schools designation for UNI is listed in your 4th bullet, so it's very timely. The survey utilized is the longest-running, most comprehensive review of college and university investments in serving military and veteran students, thus our military-friendly school designation. The 5th bullet aligns perfectly with UNI's development and history. First as an orphanage, to a normal school, to a state teachers college, and finally to a university. These numbers continue to reflect our ongoing commitment and excellence in educator preparation across the state of Iowa and nationally. The fact that 90% of Iowa school districts in all 99 counties employ graduates of UNI's educator preparation program demonstrates the importance of our work at UNI in preparing future teachers. In fact, UNI is in the top 2% nationally of public institutions with students graduating with a bachelor's degree in education. Additionally, UNI faculty members continue to secure federal and non-federal grants for their research, which enhances student learning in their classrooms. Finally, thank you to each of the Board of Regents members for your support of the University of Northern Iowa and those at our other public institutions. Your support of faculty is greatly appreciated. I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Craigle, the Executive Vice Provost at the University of Iowa. And my task when we discussed this presentation was to try to delineate the differences in different faculty categories, because clearly one size does not fit all. So if you look at the table, it's apparent the different faculty tracks, the number of hours per week are quite similar, but how they devote those hours is quite different in the faculty categories. And I'm just going to highlight the categories at the University of Iowa as a frame of reference for you. We have 4 tracks we call regular faculty tracks at the University of Iowa. The tenure track, which is still the majority of faculty, regular faculty at the University of Iowa, over 53%, over almost 1,500 faculty out of our total of 2,783. And you see the 3 responsibilities of those tenure track faculty: teaching, research, and service. The clinical track, interestingly, now we are at 33% of our faculty, regular faculty, are now clinical track. And so it's a substantial population. They have a very different responsibility on campus. The research track is the smallest of the 4 tracks you see there. And instructional track, which is about 3 years old now, has been quite successful in the implementation. We're up over 300 faculty in that primary mission. So the latter 3, the title of those tracks clearly define the majority of their work: clinical, research, and instructional. When you look at the hours spent, as I said, it's not one size fit all by any means. The tenure track are responsible for approximately 40% teaching, 40% research, and 20% service. And if you look at the actual numbers, they really do kind of spill out that way in terms of the amount of effort. The clinical track, on the other hand, is devoted primarily to clinical work, obviously. That can be patient care, records, certainly, and student instruction. We are a teaching hospital at the University of Iowa, and so the student instruction falls to medical students, for example, fellows, residents. The College of Dentistry also has a large, robust clinical track that follows the same kinds of instructional patterns. Research track, obviously, scholarship and research, and then the instructional track predominantly work on student instruction in that category, but they have other responsibilities as well, including service. When you want to start dissecting out some of the responsibilities, if you look at the table, We've changed the survey instrument over the last couple of iterations, so there's a lot more subcategories under these main categories, highlighting scholarship, research, creative work components. Our faculty, all of our faculty are going to be working on grant-supported work that can be internal and external funding. To keep current and be competitive, they need to be attending conferences, seminars, workshops, a lot of time devoted to preparing and writing grants for funding purposes, and then keeping up to date with the discipline. And that includes, as well as attending conferences, certainly reading journals and engaging with faculty in other fields. The administrative component, which really does tie directly into the scholarship research, is critical, and they can kind of blend together as how the faculty are going to rank these or include them in their activity surveys. University service is a huge commitment for most of our faculty, and that could be departmental, collegiate, or university committees. Professional service, most of our faculty are engaged in their professional societies in some form or another. Those can be in the form of committee service or in terms of supporting journals, their journals as editors and things like that. Administrative duties locally, and that's going to be in their centers and institutes that they may oversee, or big research labs perhaps in their department or college. And very important and very time-consuming is the mentoring of faculty, especially junior faculty, and our students who work, for example, in our labs and in the classroom. So when you look at those different components, you can understand where you can get to these huge numbers of hours that the faculty are devoting per week. Don?
Great. My name is Dawn Bratch-Prince, and I'm Associate Provost at Iowa State University, and I'm going to take a different approach here. Is that the right way? Yes. I'm going to tell some stories. And so we know that faculty are the distinguishing strength of any university, and I'd like to go beyond the hours worked here and share some stories of how faculty at Iowa State contribute in meaningful ways to the success of the institution's mission, which is teaching, research, and extension and outreach. I won't repeat everything that my colleagues have said, but at Iowa State we also have tenured and tenure-eligible faculty who make up approximately 2/3 of our faculty, and we have specialized term faculty tracks, which were recently formalized by our Faculty Senate and implemented. And these faculty, the faculty that work in these tracks really specialize their efforts. So our teaching track and practice track faculty are dedicated to teaching undergraduates. Practice track faculty, and the titles for those individuals is usually something along the lines of professor of practice. These individuals have worked in business and industry and have special expertise that they want to share with our undergraduate students. So business, engineering, agriculture may see practice track faculty at the institution. We have a small number of research and adjunct track faculty, and we also have a significant number of clinical track faculty in our College of Veterinary Medicine who spend the vast majority of their time caring for animals and teaching our professional vet students. I wanted to also mention that each member of the ISU faculty has a written position responsibility statement which they develop with their immediate supervisor. And this position responsibility statement spells out expectations for how the faculty member is to spend their time teaching, research, professional practice, clinical practice. These documents are reviewed and updated every year at the time of the annual performance evaluation, and every faculty member is evaluated every year by their supervisor. The position responsibility statements are really the roadmap for faculty success, and they may change over the course of a faculty member's career. And I want to highlight the faculty that appear in these two photos. We have Amy Andriotti and Dipali Sashitel, both professors in our Department of Biochemistry, Biophysics, and Molecular Biology, who received a $3.5 million grant from the Roy J. Carver Charitable Trust of Muscatine to bring a state-of-the-art cryotransmission electron microscope to Iowa State. to help advance their studies of structural biology, which have implications for treating disease, engineering sophisticated bio-based materials, and improving and sustaining our food supply. Michael Young, featured in the other image, is an associate professor of math who's working with a team of graduate students to change common and largely negative perceptions about math by giving people a positive experience with math so that they see it as a way of thinking and not something to fear or to run away from. Tonight, in fact, he's hosting a workshop with his students at the Ames Public Library on redefining math. And you can see from the image that one of his approaches is using games and puzzle solving as a way to break down barriers to the study of math. And he says he's inspired, he has been inspired in this path of research and teaching by his middle school students, middle school children. So teaching is, of course, front and center among faculty responsibilities, and as you've heard, teaching looks different depending on a faculty member's field. There's considerable instruction in the classroom, but many times faculty spend time outside the classroom advising students, preparing quizzes, communicating, continuously improving their curricula. And here I want to highlight two types of teaching. One is more traditional, one is clinical. You see Michael Gobel, assistant teaching professor in women and gender studies and sociology, who's teaching a popular undergraduate class on gender and consumer culture, a women's and gender studies class that considers the way consumer culture is shaped specifically through gendered messages. And students across disciplines find this class. They find this study of consumerism applicable to their programs. We have students in marketing, advertising, world languages, as well as grad students in business and history who find this class to be very valuable. In the other image, you have third-year students in our College of Veterinary Medicine who participate in a surgery, anesthesia, and community outreach course taught by Dr. Joyce Carnival, a clinical assistant professor of veterinary clinical sciences. And they work with dogs and cats in animal shelters, preparing them to get adopted. And they work with over 300 animals every semester. So it's an incredible opportunity for the students and also provides a service to the community. Research is another important faculty responsibility, and we measure research productivity through publications, grant proposals, funding, external investment by others in our faculty's work. Here we highlight Guo Wen Song, Associate Professor, and Noma Scott Lloyd Chair in Textiles and Clothing from the Department of Apparel, Events, and Hospitality Management. He's been able to work with his team to garner support, $1.5 million, and a grant from the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA. And he and his team are working to increase the safety and function of heat protection gloves, and I believe that's what he's working on there in that image, as part of the personal protective equipment system for firefighters and other first responders. And he's developed a very innovative, cutting-edge program in protective gear in our program in textiles and clothing. Finally, important to Iowa State's mission is our extension and outreach. We take great pride in the meaningful connections and partnerships that we have with the communities across Iowa's 99 counties. Some of our faculty have formal extension responsibilities, and other faculty are drawn to extension and use our connections and our extension networks to enhance their research and their teaching. In the slide here, you see two faculty engaged in extension. Allison Robertson, in the top slide, is an associate professor of plant pathology and microbiology. She's also extension field crop pathologist. She's received major funding from the USDA to coordinate experiments across more than a dozen states to determine how the timing of cover crop termination affects the susceptibility of corn. And her goal, as you can see here, is to get more resources into the hands of farmers. So she works directly with the community, and that's a formal part of her work responsibilities. Another professor, Elizabeth Stegmoller, is in the Department of Kinesiology. She's an associate professor, and she researches how music facilitates movement in people with neurological disorders like Parkinson's. And she's part of a Parkinson's research group at Iowa State. She's demonstrated that singing, so training in singing, can significantly improve swallowing and respiratory functions, which are often challenges for Parkinson's patients. Her research has resulted in 2 community outreach programs, one a singing group and the other a music and movement group. And I want to point out that her research team includes 21 undergraduate juniors and seniors, 12 first-year students, so 12 freshmen, and 6 master's and doctoral students. And she blends her research, her outreach, and her teaching very, very effectively. And she was just recognized this past Monday by a national organization, and she received the 2019 Undergraduate Research Mentor Award from the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. So it's an outstanding recognition by her national peers of her work. And she's still very junior in her career, so I think that bodes well for the state of Iowa. So you can see that faculty work is diverse, it's impactful, whether it's in the classroom, it's in the community, or in the research lab. So thank you for letting me share some of these stories.
Great, so that's our report. I love that you got to hear some things about the structure, but also some stories too, and about what the faculty are doing, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions or comments? No, I'd just like to say it's always great to hear the extra things that are going on the campus like that we don't necessarily think about on a regular basis. So thank you very much for a very interesting report. Act 2 of the Rachel Boone Show will highlight the reports on the professional development assignments from this last year. So, Rachel.
Yes, thank you, Regent Becker. I'll keep this short as well. In December 2017, the board approved 111 professional development assignments, and they were for fiscal year 2019. As you can see in the report, there was an exceptional return on that work. Financially speaking, there were multiple multi-million-dollar grants that were awarded, many smaller grants as well. All of these help contribute to salaries, equipment, overhead costs, but also I want to make sure to point out these support students. Oftentimes graduate assistantships and our graduate students and undergraduate research get supported through these grants as well. So a great deal of support to our students through that and their learning experiences. But also important, many of these professional development assignments contribute to new curriculum in our courses, partnerships across the world, books, articles, creative work. That's all part of a critical part of the mission of creating new knowledge. So happy to present this report to you and would take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions on? It's very interesting reading. Some of it I don't understand a bit, but I really appreciate being able to read these reports. Thank you, Rachel.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, the next report then will be on requests for 2021.
That's right. So we now have a request from the universities for a total of 134 faculty professional development assignments, and this would be for fiscal year 2021. So they would initiate in the next academic year. You can see in the report a little bit more details in terms of which institutions they're at, that each of these are from, and we can talk, of course, if you have questions about the approval process for these. The provosts are very well equipped to help answer those for you. But request for approval of these requests.
And I assume everybody had a chance to read them, and if you have any questions, we'd entertain them now or comments. Okay, if there are no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of these requests. Then we will move on to the annual academic program review report. Rachel?
Yes, also quickly, again, you have the report, so I don't intend to give a summary of the full thing. There were, every year there are academic department reviews done and program reviews done at all of the universities. They are on a schedule every 5 to 7 years. Sometimes it's based on external accreditation processes as well, which layers into that. And you can see here which departments have undertaken that review most recently, and a few just highlights of key findings from each of the 3. So we offer this report.
Any questions or comments on the report from anyone? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm going to move again.
She's going to move. And then we're going to talk about the proposal to add computer science to the RAI. Rachel.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure we had some slides up to share with you as well. On behalf of the admissions study team, which is a cross-institutional team that we have that meets on a pretty regular basis among the universities, I want to share some background with you on a proposal that we're asking you to consider today to include a new category into our Region Admission Index, new category of courses, and focused on computer science. And this would be effective for students applying for undergraduate admission for summer 2021 and beyond. Typically, when individual courses are added to the RAI, the admissions study team has processes by which we add them without coming before the board. However, this case is a little different because we are adding a new category of coursework. We felt this was a significant enough change. We wanted to speak to the board about it. Currently, there are 5 categories: English, math, science, social studies, and world languages. So this proposal is requesting that we would add a 6th category of computer science. So I wanted to quickly give you a little background. The computer science definition, this is this was developed in 2017 by a task force appointed by the governor, a statewide computer science working group whose charge was to determine how best to ensure Iowa's K-12 system was preparing students with the skills needed for the workforce and economy of the future. Technology demands are significant on every sector of our economy and our workforce, and so this computer science statewide group was determining how to assess how our schools are doing in our efforts to educate on these essential skills. So we had Jason Pontius representing the board on this working group, as well as 2 computer science faculty members from our institutions who are really critical members of this statewide group as well, providing counsel to this whole group on sort of what's happening in terms of computer science education. So this is the definition they adopted, which is important because I want to point out what computer science is not based on this definition. It's not just literacy. It's not just the use of technology and these sorts of things. This really guided both how the statewide committee worked. It guided how the admissions study team talked about this, and how the computer science faculty that we engaged with thought about what courses we would recommend to you today. All of the skills that are on this slide are important. So this is not saying these are not important things. They're all very important things, but determination was that they were not part of what we were going to be talking about when we talk about computer science education. I'm going to show you quickly as well the data that we kind of relied upon as we made these determinations. The high school enrollment in the 4 courses that we're requesting approval for is growing. You might look at that and say it's not terribly significant yet, but that rate of growth is pretty exceptional. And this is as of 2018, so that doesn't even account for the current school year. So the work that's being done by this statewide group and by our institutions, by the way, in terms of teaching the courses to teachers on how to be computer science educators are an important part of this. The number of high schools that are offering these courses has gone from 28 now up to 65. And it's important and also we were looking from a diversity standpoint, who's taking these classes. We're seeing, while it's maybe not equal rates of growth, we are seeing nice amount of growth among both male and female students enrolling in these classes. That was important to us. And it's important, too, to note where these courses are being taught. 3 years ago, or full school years ago, these are geographically the dispersion of the districts that were teaching the computer science courses that we were most interested in. And 1 year ago, 2 years later, it had spread this much and had much better geographic dispersion. We wanted to be sure that whatever courses we included were not going to be favoring simply suburban districts or those with larger enrollments that have a little more capacity to teach more classes. We wanted to be sure that rural districts and students in rural areas were having access to these courses as well, and we see that it's well on its way, so that by the time we get to implementation in 2021, we will have a pretty significant amount of students having access to these classes. So I'm showing you this here. These are the top 4 are the courses we talked about. There are a lot more courses, again, that get at other issues in computer science, but the top 4 are the 4 that we're requesting approval for. It's AP Computer Science, AP Computer Science Principles, and IB Computer Science. And that is it. So our request today, again, is for the board's approval, or that you would recommend approval of the addition of this category of courses to the RAI.
Thank you. I have a quick question, too. How are we going about helping school districts to implement the coursework?
I may have to, if any of our provosts have any expertise on what's happening. I certainly know that our colleges of education have been working with folks in the statewide groups, and the computer science departments are the homes for the faculty that have been involved in this process, and they've all been working together. And the University of Northern Iowa most certainly has created some, I think even cohorts in other parts of the state where they're providing professional development to teachers. Patrick, I'm not sure if you have any knowledge of this.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak about this. We have a group of folks from our computer science and our College of Education areas working with Linda Fandel in the Department of Education on developing what really are going to be the best practices for developing in-service teachers. So we're looking at the curriculum that we can offer our pre-service teachers now that will make it available for, really prepare them for the in-service route. We understand that at the secondary level, those will probably be standalone computer science courses, but at the elementary and junior high level, that this may be more of an integrated approach to integrating computer science in with other kinds of curriculum. And so the group is spending this year developing what that would look like and what it would look like to develop a computer science literate teacher to be able to teach those kind of integrated courses throughout. So while I don't have anything solid for you right now, I can say we've got a really good group of people working on it now, and their goal is to have that developed for the Department of Education by the end of the year.
Okay, and then perhaps that will be, I noticed the southwest quadrant of the state is fairly blank on the little dots, and will they be utilizing AEAs for the professional development, or do you know what the plan is on that?
I don't think we're far enough down the road to know that yet. Certainly where we're starting is what we can do at our institution and then spread that out to the other region institutions in terms of teacher preparation. When it comes to doing professional development for current in-service teachers, I don't think we're far enough down the road to say exactly what we would do there, but I suspect we would try to create the opportunities for in-service teachers to get the same kind of training that our pre-service teachers would get going forward, and we would almost certainly work through AEAs to do that.
Okay.
And Regent Booker, I would just add the community colleges are partners in this as well.
Okay.
They, with the school districts, through the concurrent enrollment agreements
sure.
that they have with districts around the state. So every school district in the state falls within a community college district, and so that is another resource they can use. And in fact, Regent Lindenmeyer might know
Yes.
more about that than I do.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
I don't know anything about that, but I did have a question about how you're working with the Department of Ed on the certification requirements. I would guess we've got to be behind the curve a little bit on that, or are they being a little, are they allowing the the preparation to catch up with the certification?
Teacher certifications?
Yeah.
I think that's actually, and I'll look to Jason to say if I'm wrong or not, but I believe they're in the process of developing what the qualifications are and what that certification would all entail. So it's actually, I don't know that, I think the department is still in development phase in that, and that's part of what is being discussed. There are other states that are doing some of this work, but Iowa's not really all that far behind, nationally speaking. Jason, do you want to fill that in at all?
Just to add really quickly that they also are grandfathering in folks that are currently teaching computer science across the states. So while they're working on the new standards, a person who has been teaching for years would continue to be able to teach computer science.
Are there other questions or comments? If there's no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the addition of computer science to the Regent Admissions Index. Next, we will have a presentation by UNI. And Patrick, will you introduce our presenters?
Absolutely. We're going to hear today about the academic success and support for student athletes at University of Northern Iowa. And if you'll indulge me for just a moment, we have 4 outstanding people to introduce, so it'll take me just a moment to go through. I want to start with David Harris. David Harris is in his 4th year as the Director of Athletics. During his short time at UNI, David has built a culture of success in the field of play, in the classroom, and in the community. He's also distinguished himself as a leader in the Missouri Valley Conference and the NCAA. Under David's leadership, UNI Athletics announced Panthers Rising, a strategic plan to achieve unprecedented success in academics, competition, and all its endeavors. We also have Stacia Eggers, who is the Associate Athletic Director for Student Services, is in her 11th year of service with Panther Athletics Department. Stacia oversees the Office of Student Athlete Development, which includes academic advising and life skills programs. She advises the football and men's basketball teams and has oversight over the strength and conditioning and athletic training programs. We also have Dr. Elaine Eschbaugh, who's a professor of gerontology and family studies. Her expertise is in family perceived health care quality among individuals living with dementia, depression among family caregivers, and end-of-life decision-making in dementia care, and she is currently on the executive board of the Northeast Iowa Agency on Aging. And today she's here because in 2015, Dr. Eschbaugh was appointed to the role of faculty athletics representative to the NCAA and works closely with athletics to ensure academic success of our student athletes. And lastly, we have Mr. Bronte Wells, who is a redshirt junior on the UNI football team, and originally from Des Moines, Iowa. He's a family services major and a criminology minor. The Institute for Sport and Social Justice recently named Bronte the Playmaker of the Month for his work on the field and in the community. His passion is to build relationships and guide young men of color. Wells volunteers at Tomorrow's Leaders Uplift Foundation Center of Attention, where he has designed weekly curriculum to help young participants understand the importance of goal setting, responsible social media use, building healthy relationships, and good decision-making skills. He also serves as the minority student athlete leadership team at UNI. This team is responsible for assisting in strengthening the student athlete community, growing personal and professional networks, and encouraging multicultural student athletes through hosting social activities and guest speakers. So if I can turn it over to Stacia now. Or I'm sorry, David.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes to just share with you really some of the phenomenal things that our student athletes are doing and to talk somewhat about our student athlete support services program. I would say 2 things because ultimately I want to give Stacia and Bronte the majority of the time to talk. Number 1, I am and we are as a university incredibly proud of our student athletes and the work that they do. I know that everyone sees what they do in the fields of competition, but academically in the community and in every other way, they just do a great job of representing our university. And then secondly, we're all extremely proud of Stacia, her staff, and what we do in student services, the work that they do, the way that they invest themselves into our student athletes, the way that they really help them, the way that they take them from the time that come to the university and help them leave the university as confident, mature young men and women who've really achieved a lot is just a fantastic part of what we do as a department, and Stacia does it as well as anyone that I've had a chance to be able to work around in my career. So I'll turn it over to Stacia.
Thank you, David, and thank you for allowing us this opportunity. We're very happy to be here, and this is, it's really exciting to be able to have Bronte to share his story too. Some of you may be aware of the tradition of competitive success that we have had at UNI. Last year alone, we had MVC Players of the Year in softball, volleyball, men's track and field, swimming and diving. We had the Freshman Player of the Year in men's basketball. We had the Big 12 Wrestler of the Year, in addition to Coaches of the Year in men's and women's track and field and volleyball. And all of that is really exciting, but what is more exciting to me and even more meaningful is what the student athletes are able to accomplish in the classroom and in their communities, and that is where the Office of Student Athlete Development comes into play here at UNI. There are 3 staff members that make up this department, myself, Andrea Grieve-Coelho, and then Jaden Spencer. The 3 of us do serve as secondary academic advisors to the student athletes and work very closely with faculty and professional advisors across campus. And then we also have different responsibilities that all fall into the student athlete development. Andrea coordinates our life skills program. Jaden serves as our advisor for the student athlete advisory committee, as well as the minority student athlete leadership team. A little bit more about what we do kind of on a day-to-day before we switch and talk about the highlights. We monitor the NCAA eligibility for all of our 400-plus student athletes. We provide one-on-one academic counseling. We coordinate the tutoring services and support services for the student athletes, teach a freshman seminar course for all freshman student athletes, recruited student athletes here. We meet with the coaches regularly. They don't always look like Coach Schwab when we meet with them. Sometimes they look like that. But we do meet with them regularly because the coaches here are very involved with the academics and the social development of all of their athletes while they're here, and it's important that we work together. And then again, the life skills program, there's 5 different areas within our life skills program that really work to provide opportunities for our student athletes to, 1, add value to their resume, but just really deepen the development that they experience here in these important years throughout college. When we were trying to look at some of the academic highlights, it's exciting that it's difficult to know what to focus on because we have had a lot of success. Our student athletes work very hard, and they do a great job balancing the demands of being a Division I college student athlete. When we focus on the academic highlights from the spring semester, you can see that 10 of our 13 teams have above a 3.2 semester GPA. We use 3.2 as the cutoff because David mentioned, or actually Patrick in the intro, mentioned the strategic plan that David was instrumental in creating here at UNI. And we're very fortunate to have an athletics director like David who has the experience with the student athlete development piece specifically, but also the commitment to student athlete welfare. And it's very clear in our strategic plan that we are focused on encouraging our student athletes to make the most of their academic endeavors. The 3.2 is the cutoff in the strategic plan, and that's the goal that we always push our student athletes to achieve. 13 of our teams have a 3.0 cumulative GPA. And of 10 of those, the cumulative is also a 3.2 or higher. 379 student athletes in the spring semester, and we had a departmental GPA of a 3.18. Again, we're looking to get that 3.2 or higher, so we're getting closer. 69% of our student athletes had a 3.0 or higher in the spring. 41 had a 3.5 or higher in the spring semester, which again talks a lot about the faculty's commitment to their success and their partnerships with the faculty to continue to do well. 63% of our student athletes after the spring semester had a 3.0 cumulative GPA. When we look at the trends in our GPA compared to the student body, for 19 consecutive semesters, the student athletes have had a higher semester GPA. So that's been a trend that has continued, and we're proud of them for that. The most recent graduation success rate, which is a 6-year graduation rate, looking at the cohort from 2013, was 87%, which is the highest in our athletics history. And 7 teams earned a national recognition for being in the top 10% for the academic progress rate. This is an NCAA measurement that looks at scholarship student athletes' eligibility from semester to semester, as well as their retention from semester to semester. You can see those teams on the side: men's cross country, soccer, swimming and diving, women's basketball, women's and men's golf, and women's tennis. A couple team accomplishments last year: men's and women's cross country earned all academic team honors, and we had 8 wrestlers named to the academic all Big 12 team, which is exciting as we are new as an affiliate member in the Big 12. 44 of our athletes were named MVC Scholar Athletes last year as well. Patrick mentioned that Bronte is here, and he was the first Playmaker of the Month that the Institute for Sport and Social Justice named, which is exciting. And since Bronte's accomplishment there, Jacqueline Spencer, a senior on our softball team, has also earned that honor as well. And the Institute for Sport and Social Justice, their motto is changing lives through the power of sport, and making sure that the student athletes are aware of their platform as student athletes and the opportunities that they have, again, to be really positive role models and leaders in their communities. And I would like to turn it over to Bronte to just have you talk a little bit about your experiences here as a football player.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bronte Wells. I am a family services major here. I picked up a minor in criminology to direct my emphasis in working with juvenile delinquents. I'm from Des Moines, Iowa. My mom raised me and my 3 older brothers to be 3 selfless young individuals that, care about others and make sure that others' lives are okay before we worry about our success. So that's where I developed my passion for wanting to change lives. Coming to the University of UNI, having great faculty and athletic advisors has helped me develop and bring with my major as a family services to work in the Waterloo communities and be able to impact lives of juveniles. I've served as a mentor in the juvenile court system, working with ages 12 through 17, those that are charged with 2nd and 3rd degree charges. It's been an honor just being able to be such a selfless individual that gets to work hard and be able to provide for others other than myself.
I will say Bronte is an example of a student athlete who really has made the most of his time here. The examples of his service, he has made time to do that. And we talk to student athletes a lot about managing themselves and managing their time, and Bronte is doing exactly what we hope all of our student athletes do. He has worked so hard academically, and he always seeks help, and he asks questions, and he's always looking for ways to be involved and to give back. And that's really indicative of the student athlete that we're looking for and the ones that are most successful here. And we're excited for what he will be able to do, as well as the 379 last spring and the over 400 student athletes that we get the honor to work with on a day-to-day basis. We welcome any questions.
Thank you for a great presentation. Are there questions that anyone would like to ask?
I don't have a question. I appreciate the effort that you put into this for the success of your student athletes, and I particularly appreciate you bringing Bronte so we can, we see a lot of reports with graphs and things, but putting a face with it, I think is more meaningful. And so I appreciate that very much. Thanks for taking time to come today.
I too thank you and appreciate the great example that you are. It's like having a full-time job and being a full-time student, and it's hard. And thank you for reaching out to be an example for younger people. It's appreciated. Thank you to all of you. And hopefully we can implement many of the things that are making our athletes successful all across the campus. So thank you very much for a great presentation.
Thank you
And
very much.
did you have?
I just wanted to say thank you. Very good
Yes.
presentation. I wish you the very best. I think your mom did a good job, and
Yeah.
I think you're going to carry on the tradition. So, great example. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other business come before the committee? Seeing none, the next meeting is sometime in the future. And the meeting is adjourned.
Welcome to the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. This meeting is called to order. And the first item on the agenda is the minutes of the September 18th committee meeting. Are there any questions or edits that may need to be made to the minutes as written? Hearing none, the committee will consider them approved by general consent. Agenda item number 2 is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2019. I wanted to recognize the Marquette Managing Partners Dave Smith and Doug West for their presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. We turn on the microphones first. We'll have a high-level overview of economic markets and, of course, the impact that those markets have on the portfolios that are entrusted to us. And through the first 9 months of the year, we're off to a very strong start. We think back to where we were at the end of 2018, and both fixed income and equity markets were simultaneously disappointing. The complete opposite is true as we work our way through 2019. Fixed income markets and non-U.S. equity markets have posted very, very favorable returns. Even with the backdrop of protectionist policies, the perception of global slowdown, dovishness of federal or central banks across the world have really promoted capital markets. We see strong returns from fixed income, U.S. equities, non-U.S. equities, as interest rates have come down. Investors, households have been very optimistic as the threat of recession really has abated. And we'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. In terms of overall GDP, relatively muted GDP growth, 1.8% despite the fact we have very, very low unemployment at 3.5% and very low levels of inflation. It's also worth noting that over the course of the first 9 months of the year, interest rates have come down by about 100 basis points across the 10-year, which has been a boost to fixed income and equity markets alike. Now, all of the information in this report is as of 9/30, and obviously markets change and change very quickly. So as of the time of this printing, and based on a model that's run by the New York Fed, there was a prediction of 40% of having a recession in the next 12 months based on the shape of the yield curve. The shape of the yield curve has since gone from an inverted position to a more normalized position, and the threat of a recession based on this single metric and relatively simple model has declined. At the time of this printing, which was October 1st, there was an expectation at the end of October 30 that rates would come down another 25 basis points, and markets got it right. At the end of October, we saw the third interest rate cut in 2018, and the actual Fed funds rate is now right around 150 to 175 basis points. The shape of the yield curve and what we're looking at here is the inverted yield curve, the blue line, or September 2019, where short-term rates are higher than long-term rates, at least over certain time periods. This, of course, has reversed. We now see short-term rates that are below long-term rates, and that generally shows a sense of greater optimism compared to an inverted yield curve. Now, all of this has had a tremendous impact, especially the lowering of overall interest rates over the course of the first 9 months on fixed income markets in particular. If we look at the year-to-date column, that column really almost looks like equity market returns. Long-term government bonds, long-term credit posting over the first 9 months returns almost at 20%. Very rare to see that level of return from one of the safest asset classes. Not to be expected, probably won't be repeated, but it certainly has been very healthy for investors and including this portfolio. Slide 8 illustrates a number of different yield curves across developed markets, and what is most interesting about this, two things. One, the interest rates across almost every single developed market are the ones profiled here, very low but upward sloping, but there are several markets, Denmark, Japan, Germany, that have negative yields across every single time horizon, just a testament to the low levels of yield and the attractiveness of American fixed income. And then what will the shape of the yield curve look like over time? And the reason we spend so much time with this concept is it tends to be very predictive of markets going forward. But based on forward markets, traders that are speculating in basically futures and forward positions, the expectation that we will see a normalized yield curve over the course of the next 4 years and across these different time horizons, basically meaning that short-term rates are lower than long-term rates, and there's a general overall health to the U.S. economy based on yield curve. U.S. equity markets alike have done remarkably well, especially over the year-to-date column. What is most notable here is that one of the trends over the longer term is that large cap stocks have outpaced small cap stocks, and that growth stocks have outpaced value stocks, and that has persisted for quite a long time. We have seen some element of mean reversion with growth underperforming value over the short term, and that has continued into October and early November. At some point, we expect mean reversion and value investors will outpace growth investors, but at this point, growth has been the more favorable style. And then finally, in terms of are there signs of a slowing economy, and based on these two metrics, and in particular the manufacturing PMI index or the purchasing managers index, yes, there is a slight illustration of slowdown. Protectionist policies have caused a reduction in corporate spending. Investors or manufacturers have been slow to increase inventories as a result of protectionist policies.
So on page 12 here, if you look at the blue lines here, you're looking at corporate earnings. And one thing to point out here, in 2018, you can see the blue line was pretty high. We had a very strong year for earnings last year. A lot of that was due to the corporate tax cuts in 2018. If you look forward to 2019, you'll see that earnings expectations have come down. One thing to note, expectations were moderated quite a bit, especially after the fourth quarter when you saw a large sell-off in the market. what we've seen so far, and including the third quarter so far, is that earnings have been coming in above expectations. So expectations were moderated, and now companies are starting to beat those expectations, which is a positive for the equity markets. Another thing Dave mentioned, the inverted yield curve, and on page 13 here, we look at a few of the past times the yield curve's inverted. You'll often hear that this is a potential predictor of a recession. The New York Fed model uses it. So a lot of the times we get asked, well, does this mean a recession's right around the corner? If you look at the last few times, you can see this is anywhere from a year to 3 years out. And there's not a lot of data points behind this. So I think that's one message to get across, is that it doesn't mean that there's a recession right around the corner. It also doesn't mean that you should sell out of the equity markets, because during this time period, the S&P is typically positive in that interim period. Looking forward to the non-U.S. equity markets on page 14, a couple of things to point out here. One, real nice returns for the year. So far, you can see double digits for the broad markets, but lagging the U.S. markets. And this is a trend that's been going on for the last decade or so. What you've seen in the fourth quarter so far is that emerging markets have started to lead relative to developed in the U.S. markets. And some of that is around potentially clearing up some of the uncertainty in the markets, but also some underlying growth from a manufacturing standpoint. But this general overhang over non-U.S. markets is really around economic and political uncertainty. Really two of the main issues, the China-U.S. trade deal and Brexit. And both of those are still unresolved, but hopefully working towards resolution. And those are two major overhangs for the market as a whole. Again, with Brexit, now you're looking at an election on December 12th. Right now, the polls show Boris Johnson and the Tories leading slightly. But again, that is one part of the equation. And then January 31st is the deadline now for a deal or a no deal with regards to Brexit. I mentioned the manufacturing. Here's just a picture of the globe as a whole, along with emerging markets and developed markets. You can see the clear trend in slowing from a manufacturing standpoint. It is worth noting the blue line is emerging markets, and you can see a little bit of an uptick there, which is, again, somewhat of a positive sign that in the emerging markets, manufacturing is starting to pick up a little bit. The theme of slowing growth, economists have been lowering forecasts overall for growth globally. And you can see that over the course of 2019, the expectations have come down a little bit. But one of the byproducts of this is that if you look across the globe, central banks are becoming more accommodative, and Dave mentioned that earlier. You can see the clear trend upwards in the tightening phase of 2016 and on, but 2019, you've seen a clear reversal of this, led by the Fed's 3 cuts. And again, the accommodative policy has also come at the pace of pretty good equity market returns and risk markets overall. Real estate has had another solid quarter, up 1.3%, but this year I think one of the most noteworthy things is that real estate is lagging most other looking at indices. You have the fixed income markets, because of the yield drop, returning close to double digits, and the equity markets are up 20%. So again, a fairly solid year so far for real estate, but certainly lagging relative to some of the other markets. Then private equity, after the fourth quarter here on page 20, you can see that the median private equity fund is starting to outperform by even wider margins relative to the public market equivalent index. Again, over the long term, private markets tend to have a premium over public markets, and that's been fairly consistent over the last 20 plus years. Page 21 just looks at all the asset classes as a whole year to date, and just a couple of things to point out here. The best returning asset classes have been in the U.S., in the equity markets, followed by non-U.S. equity markets. Then anything with credit, below investment grade credit, has done very well. Anything with interest rate sensitivity is following that, and then all the way over at the end, you see real estate and short bonds, which have been the laggards this year. Last year, real estate was one of the best performing asset classes. This year so far, it's been one of the worst.
So in sum, dovish central banks, lower interest rates, and improved or increased investor optimism has been a very significant tailwind for investors, and that's evident here. We have 3 different portfolios under our collective care, an operating portfolio, a diversified intermediate portfolio, and then an endowment that all have different risk-return profiles. And we'll start with the operating portfolios across the 2 universities on page 23. Much more defensive or conservative allocation, much higher allocation to fixed income, so very low volatility, low allocation to growth assets, U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, and then a liquidity portfolio. So we have had very attractive returns from fixed income, and that has led to attractive returns over the trailing 12-month period. Some tracking relative to manager defensiveness in more conservative fixed income managers, but over the 3-year and 5-year period, these portfolios have operated exactly as we would expect. The target return is right around 3%, and we have eclipsed that over a 3- and 5-year period net of fees. The Iowa State University operating portfolio on page 25, again, has the same policy goals, slight misweights relative to cash flows, 60% targeted to fixed income, lower allocation to growth assets, and a pool of liquidity to support operating needs. And the results, as you would expect, are very similar. Very attractive absolute returns based on the risk-return profile in over a 3- and 5-year period, performing exactly as we would expect with the least amount of volatility. Diversified fixed income, or the diversified portfolio, again, slightly more risk than we saw in the operating portfolio specific to the University of Iowa, slightly lower allocation to fixed income, slightly higher allocation to growth assets, and we've seen still very similar results over a 3- and 5-year period. The target return is a little bit higher, around 4%, and we've eclipsed that over these longer time periods, 3 and 5 years.
And then the endowment portfolio, this is the longest term horizon, has a 7% target over time. You can see that, again, allocations to the equity markets and to private markets much higher here on a relative basis, higher expected return with more risk associated with it. And again, on a relative basis, over the last year, the 1-year return here incorporates that fourth quarter, and you can see a 4.1% return over the year, and longer term returns considerably higher than that. Just year to date in 2019, the endowments are up over 10%, net of all fees. So again, very strong returns on a year to date basis. And then similarly with the Iowa State portfolio here on page 31, you can see the targets, again, same targets here as the University of Iowa portfolio. And from a return standpoint, again, longer term, both of these endowments have returned about 8% over the long term. So very healthy returns.
That concludes our review and economic summary.
Just a quick question. That scary slide that you showed at the beginning showing the probability of recession, the normalization of the yield curve that we've seen since the end of the third quarter implies that that probability has come down substantially. Would that be a fair statement?
Correct. That's a fair statement. And it is important to point out that that is a very simplified model,
right,
but one that seems to get blasted into the headlines.
Right. Thank you. Any questions from anyone? All right. Agenda item 3, fund manager issue. Again, recognize Dave Smith and Doug West for comments on that.
So as part of the private markets portfolio, Neuberger Berman is managing a separate account for the universities and the endowments. And this has been going on since 2015. The term of the agreement has, becoming due at the end of this year. So the university's Marquette and board staff went through a fairly lengthy due diligence process over the last year. We interviewed a number of different managers, including Neuberger Berman, to evaluate them relative to the mandate here. And we're recommending to re-engage with Neuberger Berman over the next 3 years for the same mandate, again, for both endowments.
All right. If there's no objection, then the committee will forward this item to the Board of Regents for consideration. Agenda item number 4, recognize Brad Berg, who will briefly comment and recognize the following individuals for remarks specific to their institutions. That'd be Terry Johnson, Pam Elliott Kane, Michael Hager, and Mark Huss.
Thank you, Dave and Doug. Yeah, I'd ask our presenters, please come up. Before the committee is the fiscal year 2019 comprehensive fiscal report, which provides a budget to actual comparison and a 5-year history of operating funds for each institution. To provide the board an overview, after consecutive years of budget reductions, the universities did receive a slight increase in state funding for FY19, and the special schools had received a 1% increase. Also impacting the financials for FY19, the board approved resident undergraduate tuition rates of increases of 3.8% at the University of Iowa and Iowa State, and a 2.8% increase at UNI. And again, this is for fiscal year 2019. So with that, the financial officers from each of the institutions have been asked to comment on their respective annual reports. So I think we'll just go ahead and start with Mark Hoos from the special schools, and we'll just go right down the line.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Hoos. I'm with the Business Operations Director for the Iowa School for the Deaf and Iowa School for the Blind. I'm here to provide a summary of the 2018-2019 academic school year. State support is the primary funding source for operations at the special schools. For 2019, the state appropriations were increased just at 1% over the previous year. We'll talk a little bit about the Iowa School for the Deaf first. The Iowa School for the Deaf has a total student enrollment of 100 for 2018-2019, broken down with 24 toddler, preschool, and elementary, 54 middle and high school, and 13 deaf and hard of hearing, and 9 blind and visually impaired, for a total of 21 enrolled in the 4+ program for post-high school. An additional 15 students were served through deaf, hard of hearing, long distance learning, and 9 Lewis Central students were served in our medals class. Actual revenues and expenses at the Iowa School for the Deaf ended fiscal year 2019 at 98% of budget. Sales and service revenues were under budget due to fewer reimbursements of interpreter services and teacher aid services due to fewer students needing these services. This was partially offset by other income being higher than budgeted and increased due to leased space to outside organizations. Building repairs were under budget due to sharing some of the expenses with the Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School, where space was shared, and to other funding sources. The shared expenses represent improvements and adaptations that were made at the ISD campus for the benefit of the Braille students that are enrolled in the 4+ program. On the Iowa Blind and Sight Saving School, that budget ended very close to budget. The Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School provides services to a total of 589 students in the area, in the 9 area education agencies and the Des Moines Public School System. No state salary funds are available for the orientation and mobility teachers and for the visually impaired teachers. The Iowa Braille and School contracts with the 9 AEAs and the Des Moines Public Schools to provide these services. During the 2018-19 school year, we employed 33 teachers for the visually impaired and 12 orientation and mobility specialists to provide contracted services and fulfilled the requirements of your contracts with the AEAs. The contracts amounted to $3.6 million for last fiscal year and made up 42% of the budget. The Braille School does continue to contract with the federal government to lease part of the campus space in Benton to the AmeriCorps program. The revenue associated with this lease is utilized during the year to pay staff salaries and operating costs associated with the campus in Benton. If you have any questions, I could answer those now.
Any questions? Terry?
Okay. Terry Johnson, CFO at the University of Iowa. Pleased to be here to give you an update on the university for fiscal 19 relative to budget. So begin with, I'll talk about the General Education Fund. We came in about $4 million below budget. That's primarily due to tuition, which was about $6.7 million below budget, all of which was attributable to the elimination or of our Summer Hawk program. And on that note, when we talk about the expense side, Summer Hawk was all about a tuition grant program that we had in place to encourage higher enrollments and higher graduation rates for our students over a 4-year period. Because of the elimination, we saw the reduction in tuition, but there's also a little bit higher reduction in actual financial aid over that same time frame. So that was down about $7.7 million. So tuition down 6.7, financial aid down $7.7 million. On the other hand, we're down $4 million overall. Primary source of funds, revenue sources for the general fund is definitely tuition. It's about almost 2/3 of our total revenue, but a large revenue source is our indirect cost recoveries, which is up $2.5 million over budget for the year. Tuition itself, 43% of our general fund tuition comes from Iowa residents, balance, of course, from non-residents, but 60% of our total enrollment comes from students from the state of Iowa. Related to the expense side of the general fund then, we came in slightly below budget, so about 0.2% below budget at about $502 million. Student financial aid, as I said a moment earlier, is down $7.7 million. We're up a little bit on building renewal spend for the year as well. Looking at the auxiliary units then, we have 3 fairly large auxiliary units on campus. Hospital, you're very well aware of, and you'll receive a report from them later today. But overall, hospital revenues are up 4.6% for the year, and that's total revenues of about $1.6 billion. And when you've heard from them last month, you'll hear from them again today, but it is all about patient volumes. You know, we've been operating at peak capacity for a long time period now. But in addition to just inpatient peak capacity in the hospital, we're also seeing larger primary care revenue growth in our off-site locations. So that's also contributing as well to positive margin growth. The expense is above budget by 4.4%, but that's primarily in the variable cost area of agency costs, labor costs, as well as specialty drug costs. Salary and benefits actually in total is down about $31.5 million relative to budget. Athletics pretty much came in at budgets a little bit up, probably about 0.2% above budget. Total revenues for the year is $122.3 million. Expenses are pretty much on target. The one item of note related to athletics is the fact that since 2017, athletics has been contributing annually $2 million to our general education budget. It's focused on a number of different areas, but primarily student success and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. That's very positive. The last area I'll talk about is university housing. Again, we're above budget there by 1.6%. Total revenues for the year is $77.6 million. It's really attributable to the fact that when we set the budget for the year, we assumed 5,900 occupancy throughout the system. Actual occupancy came in above that at 6,100 students. And so it led to positive margins on both housing, room side, as well as the board side. And with that, I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
All right. So the tuition revenue was $4 million below, but that was pretty much entirely due to that Summer Hawk program.
So I'll clarify just a little bit. Total revenue is down $4 million.
Right.
Tuition revenue, which is a primary component, was down $6.7 million. All due to Summer Hawk.
All due. So this sounds like a very positive report overall.
Absolutely. I mean, pretty much in line with expectations. We tried to project what the reduction would be in Summer Hawk. Didn't quite hit the nail on the head. I mean, it was a pretty significant program for us. We were off a little bit, but the net is positive, 6.7 down on tuition, but the expense side was also down by 7.7, so in a sense, a positive margin of $1 million net for the year. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Terry? Michael?
Thank you. I'll be referencing the chart on page 16 of the agenda item. So the revenues for the university were down $1.6 million overall. It's important to note, though, that the appropriations for UNI, one of the fundamental differences, the appropriations make up 55% of our revenue, which is a different configuration for a regional institution compared to a research across the country. It's also, yesterday we got a report from Moody's, a credit opinion on their annual review, and one of the strengths that they identified was the financial support from the state of Iowa. And so it's not to be wasted that the support that the legislature gives to the Regent universities is noted and appreciated and is not consistent across the country. And so we are in a very good position to live in Iowa and have the support of the legislature for the Regent institutions.
Not to interrupt, Michael, but I would also add that they also acknowledged the strong oversight from the Board of Regents during that review.
That was number 2 on the list there, but correct. Our interest was very good in fiscal year 19 at 153% of budget. Part of that was a very strong market, but also we have a very strong treasury team that manages our cash flow very carefully. Tuition was down about $2 million. Our enrollment was about 96.6% of what we had budgeted, but you'll notice on the revenue that we were at 97%, and so some of that is because we had out-of-state student and some net tuition that was a little bit higher. We had seen that coming, and so we had made some adjustments moving into FY19, and you can see that on the expense side there that we had some open positions where we had some savings. We also had some savings on our utility areas. Those savings more than covered the shortfall on tuition, and we were actually able to make some investments, and you can see it on the building repair areas. We diverted some funds there to modernize a couple academic departments. The Child Development Center will have their area modernized, and military science is also undergoing a move and a renovation as well. And then we were able to fund some additional money into our equipment areas. The radio equipment on campus that serves our facilities management and our police area was outdated and at the end of its life cycle, so we were able to update that and actually jump onto the state system as well. And then we had some, just a little tidbit, some syndavers, they're called synthetic cadavers for our biology department, are quite expensive, but they were due to be replaced, and we got a great deal on those. Tend to be 2 opinions about those. Either they're a very interesting and valuable tool for education, or they're kind of creepy. But either way, our faculty were pretty excited. We had heard there was actually an audible excitement from the faculty lounge when they were told they were getting these synthetic cadavers. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
And again, same question before. This sounds like overall, positive report. Anything that particularly concerns you?
No. One of the things that is kind of exciting is we do, as challenges come along, we are dealing with it on base budget issue. We're not kicking the can down the road, and so it makes the next year more palatable as you move through.
Thank you.
Pam?
Thank you very much. At Iowa State, because of our budget model, where we distribute tuition revenue to the colleges based on enrollments, our resource-centered budget model, we take extensive time with the details. We go through enrollments 4 times a year and work with the colleges on their enrollments, and so I'm really proud of our tuition estimate this year. We knew we were going to be down enrollment for the beginning of fiscal 19, and so we were down 1,001 students. But if you look at our tuition numbers, we're at 99.2% of what we budgeted. So I mean, we were only down $357,000 out of the $466.7 million. So we took great pride in that we're pretty much on target, and the colleges are appreciative of that too. Part of our difference was mainly the summer enrollment. We don't have a program similar to Iowa's, but we were down in the summer of 2018. We did have a net positive enrollment in the fall as well as the spring. But the variance in our tuition revenue, we do count on year to year. It's a composite of the mix of residents, non-resident, international students. And just to point out, over the last several years, our mix of international students for Iowa State has gone down about 1,000 students. So we do figure that into the mix. On a positive note, our other revenue did increase, in particular the reimbursed indirect cost recoveries on contracts and grants, and so that was up about $3.3 million. If you look at our expenditures, they were on track as budgeted. Our salary expenditures, again, were at 99.97%, so we're pretty much on target. Our faculty lines were about 98%, our professional and scientific was about 100%, and our merit was a bit over, but still less than previous years. Our student financial aid was about 102% of our budget, reflecting the university's commitment to affordability for our students. If you remember, for fiscal 18-19 academic year, we did implement our differential tuitions, and so that impacted how we packaged our student financial aid to make sure the students that needed that financial aid were able to get that. And at the beginning of the year, like Brad had mentioned, we did deal with a $5.4 million cut that was made at the end of fiscal 18, but that was made in March. And so, but we did get the funds together, but we did more strategic allocations of those beginning of fiscal 19, and those were reflected in the budget that we presented you over a year ago. So we did, one of our expenditures, we did open our biosciences building. That's our ATRB, our Advanced Teaching and Research Building, as well as the Bessie Addition, which added about 133 gross square feet, and that always adds costs, and those are our opening new building costs that are recurring costs on a yearly basis, and those we did figure into the budget last year, and so we were pretty much on target with those. Moving to athletics, their athletics revenues, our revenue was higher by about $5.6 million due to postseason conference play and conference distribution, and some of those expenses related to weather. On the football buyout, if you remember that our first game got canceled because of weather, and then we had postseason play, but we had another team we wanted to bring in. That didn't pan out, and we did have our final game we did play, but it was with a third opponent. So our resident system revenues and expenses with our decrease in enrollments, we were under budget on both our revenues and expenses, but our net revenues were higher than we had budgeted, so that's a good story. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone? Just for any of you, we've all seen the demographic forecasts for possible enrollment declines over the next 10 years. I wonder how you're taking that into account when you start to think about future budgeting.
At UNI, we have a long-range forecast we do. We do a 20-year, the first 5 years are pretty refined and a little more granular, but from 5 to 20, it's a little more just drag the formula out for that last 15 years. But as we look at that, we start to monitor where that demographic shift is across the country and how that's going to impact Iowa as well as the institution. We also are monitoring the cost of various areas and are more focused on the long-range implications. A good example would be space. We have a presentation that talks about the cost of space in our various different buildings, how efficient we are with it. Different buildings are more efficient than others. For example, the Schindler Education Center, after it was remodeled, we were designed to save about $185,000. We're saving closer to $250,000 in utilities. Some of the older buildings don't have that kind of savings, and so rather than just let people creep into the space, we're being a little more diligent about saying, if we don't need the space, let's hold it, and then can we start some consolidations if we need them down the road with older buildings then too.
We're definitely aware of the changing demographics, and we're working hard collectively across campus. Provost Fuentes is working on plans to kind of improve our academic programs so that we become an even more attractive option for students, not only in Iowa, but across the country. We're similar to what Mike just mentioned about utilization of space. This has been foremost on our mind for a number of years now, and we're actually in the process of consolidating space in the way that he described on our campus as well. So better utilization of space. We consolidated a number of years ago our general assignment classrooms to better utilize those. Again, trying to condense space, lowering our overall facility costs to the campus. Big picture, we're really planning to make investments in strategic ways that incentivize students to come to the University of Iowa. That's a big focal point of President Harold, Provost Fuentes, and all of university leadership. We're also working hard to grow our research programs on campus as well, not just for faculty, but also for undergraduate and graduate and professional students, and that, again, will lead to improved academic programs, research programs, attracting highly qualified students to the University of Iowa. So we're very mindful of that. We're keeping an eye. We don't go out quite 20 years, but we look forward 5 to 10-year horizons, trying to anticipate what will happen. But at this point, we're planning to level enrollments through this period, and it will probably have an impact, to a degree at least, on financial aid at some point in the future. But we're hopeful that we keep it within our existing budget and framework.
At Iowa State, I would say we're kind of challenging the status quo. How can we do business differently? How can we look at other revenue sources to improve our revenue streams? We're looking at how our enrollments and our colleges look at those enrollments and looking at the long-term strategies that we need to, because the enrollment decline in the late 2020s. But we're still looking at the different demographics. We've got a strong budget team that's working with our enrollment management team to figure out, okay, it's not going to be the same as where it was before. It's going to be different. What does that look like? What does that do to our revenues? We're working with our foundation to see if they can raise more flexible dollars for student financial aid. Those are some areas where we do spend significant dollars from our general fund for financial aid, and if there's ways that they can help us, they have changed their strategic plan for the foundation in order to help us with that, and so they're looking at a different market for building up resources that might help us in some of those areas.
Okay. If there are no other comments or questions, then agenda item 5 is the proposed bond issuance schedule for calendar year 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item contains the bond issuance planning schedule for 2020 that includes 3 bond issues. In addition, university staff, the board office, and the board's municipal advisor and bond counsel will continue to monitor any refunding opportunities during 2020 to realize interest rate savings, and as long as it remains advantageous to do so, we expect to be in the refunding market as well next year. So the docket item also includes recommended approval of a resolution that will allow Executive Director Braun to establish the sale dates, and it also has historical information of past bonding activities, including refundings as well. So with that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Are there any questions for Brad? All right. Well, if there's no objection, the committee will forward this item to the board for consideration.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the committee? Then the Investment and Finance Committee is now adjourned.
The meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa for November 13th, 2019 will come to order. I will begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Least.
Here.
Regent County.
Here.
Regent Dakovich.
Here.
Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Richards is present, and we have a quorum, and the meeting can proceed. At this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it on?
Can't hear you.
Okay, I'll just talk loud. Welcome to the meeting of the Audit and Compliance Committee. This meeting is called to order. The first item is the minutes of the September 18, 2019 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. You should have all received those in your board packets. Are there any questions or corrections? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. Now I'd like to recognize Chief Audit Executive Patrice Sayre to present the internal audit reports issued.
Good afternoon. Since the September Board of Regents meeting, the internal audit team has completed 5 audit reports at the University of Iowa, 6 follow-up memos at the University of Iowa, and 1 follow-up report at Iowa State University. We are now fully staffed at the University of Iowa. We are still doing interviews for 1 position at Iowa State University. I'm going to highlight 2 audits at the University of Iowa today. The first is the Human Subjects Office, Institutional Review Board, and other review committees. This was a dense audit involving many partners, hence the red category when we look at our assessment of controls and efficiencies. It also, of course, involved the nature of human subjects. The research involving human subjects must be reviewed by a number of groups that consider a variety of concerns: safety, informed consent, use of resources, alignment with institutional strategy, and risk management. All of these are considered before research even begins. The Human Subjects Office ensures applications are completely reviewed and recommends what level of review the Institutional Review Board should undertake. Other groups that have to review may be involved. The purpose of the audit was to evaluate the internal controls over review processes and determine where opportunities for improvement might exist or how data analytics might help. The scope was July 1st, 2018 to the present. I want to highlight a few of the audit discussions we found. In working groups, we found that there are opportunities to improve the research review processes that exist by reinvigorating multidisciplinary work groups. Management is now working with research and the Carver College of Medicine leadership to collaborate on specific issues and resources, and they will convene additional work groups as needed. We looked at Human Research Protection Programs Committee forms. The streamlining of these application forms through the HAWK IRB should cut down on the number of incomplete forms that were being processed through various systems and improve the elapsed time from beginning of review to the end of review. Management is going to leverage efforts of existing work groups to address these issues. In Institutional Review Board prioritization, we found that there was no prioritization of the studies reviewed that consider those that are high dollar, high impact, or high risk research proposals to ensure that time would be of the essence. Management's Human Subjects Office will survey practices among peer institutions and hold stakeholder discussions to set up a decision process for that. There were other discussion items that should assist in reducing duplication and processing inefficiencies and potentially bring research on board more readily. This audit essentially is about efficiencies and not about noncompliance. Management will use the audit discussion points to streamline, automate, and enhance the processes and streamline where possible. The other audit I would like to bring to your attention is the Rape Victim Advocacy Program. This is one of the oldest standalone comprehensive sexual assault programs in Iowa and is independently managed within the Division of Student Life. Services are provided to anyone directly or indirectly affected by sexual violence in 8 eastern counties. In fiscal year 2019, the Rape Victim Advocacy Program provided approximately 11,700 hours of service for 1,260 new clients, along with education and other services. The purpose of this audit was to provide reasonable assurance that processes and internal controls are in place and functioning effectively. Among the discussion items were campus security authorities and Clarity Act reporting. Discussion found that clarity was needed on certain terms that may or may not lead to additional formal reporting of activity. Internal audit recommends that RVAP work with the Department of Public Safety, General Counsel, and other relevant entities to outline clear lines of responsibility. Management is holding those discussions currently. In training and certification, we found sometimes those trainings and certifications that are required were not consistently being completed on a timely basis, and/or that proof of this was not being retained in personnel files. Internal control recommends that RVAP use the existing compliance and qualifications software that is available to record the compliance. Management is working through this and expects to have tracking in place by December. We looked at background checks and volunteer paperwork and found that it was inconsistently gathered, confirmed, and retained. Again, management is gathering all missing or incomplete documentation and improving the onboarding pertaining to these matters. In other issues in this division, we looked at key inventories, we looked at system access and computer controls, technology inventory, emergency preparedness, and business continuity, and management has responded positively to all issues. We did complete 7 follow-ups. One was outstanding from August 2018, and as of today, I can report that we have closed one more audit at the University of Iowa. It was the University of Iowa Healthcare Research IT Security Audit. On other past due audits, there is significant progress being made. We've given 2 of them revised follow-up dates based on the corrections that are underway, and it's very possible that 2 other past due audits at the University of Iowa will be closed by our February meeting. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions?
I just wanted to commend you on a couple of things that I think really illustrate the value of the audit process. One was the prioritization on the human subjects research, making sure that the high-dollar, high-impact programs are given priority. And the other was on the facilities preventative maintenance, on tracking warranties, and I mean, potential for big savings there that you might not think of in the ordinary course of business operating a department. So thank you.
Thank you. We really want to add value and efficiencies. Thank you.
Then we'll move on to presenting the committee calendar for 2020. Patrice?
Yes, what you have before you is our plan for the year, what things will come before this board. Many of them are very routine based on the audits that we accomplish, but there are a few things that we wanted to be sure you note when certain audits will come before you, when the auditor of the state will meet with us, and so that's what that calendar provides.
It's important for our work going ahead. Thank you. And I also want to thank you in regard to the calendar and having more staff people now to complete the audits.
Nice.
Is a very good thing. We appreciate that too. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: internal audit reports issued and the committee calendar for 2020. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Regent County, for that second. Then the Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. I'd now like to recognize Regent Bates, who will run the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee meeting. Regent Bates.
Thank you, Chair. If Dr. Jackson and all his colleagues would come. Thank you. call the meeting to order. The first item is approval of the minutes from the September 18th, 2019 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I welcome Dr. Jackson, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you and your team.
Good afternoon, Regent Bates and other regents. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm joined by Associate Vice President and Chief Executive Officer for University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Suresh Gunasekaran, Associate Vice President for Finance and UI Healthcare's Chief Financial Officer, Brad Hawes, and our faculty presenter today, Dr. Lawrence Marsh, who I'll introduce in more detail a bit later. For our presentation today, I'll begin by making some brief opening remarks, followed by Suresh and Brad providing a report on UI Hospitals and Clinics' operating financial performance, and concluding with a special presentation on important research by our orthopedics team. Before I turn things over to Suresh and Brad, I'd like to share a few highlights of recent events. I'm pleased to share that our researchers in the Carver College of Medicine are off to a very strong start in terms of research funding awarded through the first quarter of this year, with National Institute of Health awards alone up 7% over fiscal year 19. And as I've said before, NIH funding is a key driver of institutional rankings and reputation and can make a significant difference in our ability to attract the best talent, as well as attract the interest of other funding opportunities, including philanthropy, and of course, leading the advances in the field of medicine. There are several major grant awards worth noting, but in the interest of time, I'll single out just a few. Kathleen Sluka, PhD, UI Professor of Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation Science, has received 2 grants totaling almost $13 million through the Helping to End Addiction Long-Term Initiative, or the NIH HEAL initiative, designed to improve prevention and treatment strategies for opioid misuse and addiction and enhance pain management. These 2 grants are among 375 grant awards totaling $945 million across 41 states made by the NIH in fiscal year 2019 to apply scientific solutions to reverse the national opioid crisis. In addition, Peggy Napoulos, MD, Professor and Chair of Psychiatry, Pediatrics and Neurology, and Chair and DEO of the Department of Psychiatry, received a competitive renewal for a UO1 grant. The study, which is now in its 10th year, involves 5 sites across the country and has a budget close to $18 million over 5 years. Dr. Napoulos is evaluating brain imaging along with neurodevelopment in kids at risk for Huntington's disease. The important research will inform efforts to develop preventive therapies for this devastating neurodegenerative disease. And finally, a 5-year, $10 million grant from the Health Resources and Service Administration, HRSA, was awarded to a team of maternal medicine experts led by Stephen Hunter, MD, PhD, UI Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology and co-director of the Iowa Statewide Perinatal Program in partnership with the Iowa Department of Public Health. Iowa is one of only 9 states to receive a State Maternal Health Innovation Program grant from HRSA, which will be used to create and implement innovative strategies to address disparities in maternal health and improve maternal health outcomes, with a particular emphasis on preventing and reducing maternal death and severe maternal illness. This project is especially timely and urgently important, as Iowa has seen more than 30 labor and delivery units in critical access hospitals close since the year 2000, and Iowa has the lowest number of obstetricians per capita in the country. We are proud of the accomplishments of these and many, many other members of our faculty who are making pioneering discoveries and innovations that are poised to save lives and transform healthcare. On a related note, I am delighted to share that Ted Abel, PhD, Professor and Chair of the newly named Department of Neuroscience and Pharmacology and Director of the Iowa Neuroscience Institute at University of Iowa, has been elected to the National Academy of Medicine. Election to the National Academy is considered one of the highest honors in the fields of health and medicine and recognizes individuals who have demonstrated outstanding professional achievement and commitment to service. This year, the National Academy elected 90 national and 10 international members. He is also the Roy J. Carver Chair in Neuroscience and is recognized for his work on the interplay of sleep and memory formation and storage and the molecular basis of neurodevelopmental and psychiatric disorders, including autism. He is a distinguished scientist and an exceptional leader with a rare talent for mentoring young investigators and creating a collaborative environment in which exciting and innovative team science thrives. So we're very thrilled for him and extremely proud of his achievement. And while I'm pretty sure that everyone in Iowa followed the amazing story of Iowa State football fan Carson King, who inspired more than 35,000 contributors from every state in the union to donate more than $3 million to the Stead Family Children's Hospital over the span of a few short weeks, I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to say, once again, thank you to all those who contributed to this wonderful cause. 600,000 in donations came from Iowa alone, the largest amount from any state, with Illinois, Minnesota, California, and Nebraska rounding out the top 5 states in terms of contributions. This was a remarkable, phenomenal showing of generosity, and we could not be more proud or appreciative of the support that has been shown to the children and families we serve. And we want people to know that these funds are being put to good use right away to help children and families in a number of important ways, by easing the financial pressures for families when their child is hospitalized, and helping to defray costs associated with a hospital stay, such as hotels, meals, gas, and pharmacy copays. Also through Child Life Services that provide direct support to our patients and their families, including siblings, through the use of play and other forms of communication. Child Life Specialists help reduce stress and meet the emotional and developmental needs of children while they are in the hospital. Also by supporting the latest technology, such as sophisticated monitoring and analytics platform that allow us to better monitor NICU babies and improve clinical outcomes for our most fragile patients, and through enhancements to our neonatal and pediatric transport services to provide all families across the state and region access to the comprehensive world-class subspecialty pediatric care that we offer, and to support professional development, continuing education for nurses, and other care providers to ensure that our dedicated pediatric team maintains knowledge and expertise in the most advanced practices and emerging technologies to provide excellent state-of-the-art care for these patients. And lastly, to address equipment needs ranging from isolates and bed warmers to advanced imaging units. There are no words to express adequately our great appreciation to Carson King and the tens of thousands of donors he inspired to contribute to this whirlwind effort. And we want to thank all of those who supported the UI Stead Family Children's Hospital and our larger mission at UI Healthcare of changing medicine and changing lives. We are so pleased that this experience demonstrated to the rest of the world what we already know about Iowans, which is that yes, Iowans are nice, and also there is not a more caring, loyal, generous, or warm-hearted group of people anywhere. With that, I'd like to now turn things over to Suresh and Brad.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Consistent with the format that we have introduced historically, Suresh and I will focus on some efficiencies within our operations, some quality of care, and then the financial implications, and we'll trade off back and forth during this presentation. I am going to present the next 4 slides to focus on just the growth in the services that we're providing, and I just want to orient the group just a little bit to these slides. We measure how often our beds are occupied. That's a standard measure within healthcare. There are different ways to do that. Sometimes you count at midnight, sometimes you count at 5 in the morning. Typically between 11 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, there's a lot of people leaving and a lot of people coming, and so there are different measures. This specific graph deals with the patient count that we have at midnight on average, and this is only for our adult patients, so 18 plus. This would not include the pediatric services or the pediatric beds that we have in place. And so what you can see here is pretty sustained growth, a 20% growth in the average midnight census between 2014 and 19, and a trend, quite candidly, that we see continuing in the first quarter of our 2020 fiscal year.
This obviously is, as you heard earlier from Terry Johnson, is a major contributor to some of the financial results that I'll review when we go in to the financial section. The next section is trying to break this down a little bit. So services by area. You can see the four different components: general care, our ICUs, behavioral health in the emergency room. A couple things to note there. The behavioral health growth has been curbed a little bit by the introduction of the crisis stabilization unit. Many of you have actually toured that unit, and that has been very successful. That also took a lot of demand off of our our emergency room. Unfortunately, I'd like to report, though, that our mental health use in the actual emergency room has rebounded despite the use of the crisis stabilization unit, and both are now extremely full with behavioral health. But you can see the significant growth in these services. I'll come back to the ED in a second just to highlight that one specifically. You can see then occupancy percentage by care area, and so this is a measure of the beds available and staffed versus the actual occupancy. The ICU, you can see there being at the lowest percentage, which is actually quite high. General care, and then behavioral health. I believe that I have reported to this group historically that when you get above 85%, it then becomes very difficult to have the appropriate flexibility to manage the changing patients, the changing services, and the variation in admission and discharge practices. And so that the ICU number there is probably where you would ideally like to be. No real excess capacity, but still enough flexibility to efficiently manage. When you get into the 92 and clearly 98% occupancy rates, that is very difficult for us to manage, and it also impacts, I believe, the quality of care that we're able to provide. And now the emergency room. What you see here, I think, is an interesting variation in the patient volume. So unique patient seen has been fairly flat. But what you see is a significant increase in the number of hours spent by those patients. And that is really the result of a couple things. One is the patients that are seen in our emergency room are very sick, and so they're there. It's not a quick in and out. They require significant service, and the acuity is very high. A very high percentage of the patients that come into our emergency room eventually are admitted into the hospital. I believe about 60 to 65% of them are eventually admitted. But unfortunately, because of the occupancy numbers that you saw in the prior slides, we don't always have a place to put them. And so if you were to come and walk through the hallways around our emergency room, we have patients that are what we call boarding. They've essentially been admitted to the emergency room. They're in a bed, but they're in a hallway because we don't have all the space that we need to appropriately treat them. And this is a real area that we are trying to focus on, but a very difficult solution to try to come to as we try to manage those volumes. Suresh now, I think, is going to dive into a related but a little bit different area and specifically talk about our surgical volumes.
So I think this is a harsh reality, but I want to make sure that we continue to emphasize we are optimistic about the future. We're optimistic about the challenge. There are a couple of things. We will continue over the next several meetings and several years to continue to talk about how we will think about growing real estate in terms of more space on main campus, how we utilize rooms, units that we could put back into operation that haven't been used since the 60s or 70s. I mean, there are other options that we do need to have space as a part of it, but we're also hopeful that since greater than 50% at all times of our inpatients are patients not from Johnson County, which is where Iowa City is, we have to do better in planning for those patients to go home and how they get back to their communities for the services they need, and we have a significant effort underway to look at that. We also want to prevent as many of these admissions as we can by working with our partners. So we're working on this from multiple angles, but we owe it to you to be honest and transparent about what's going on, because as the CEO, what I get most called about is when patients are unable to get transferred to the university. And increasingly, these stories are very difficult to hear because these services are services that we are likely the only one in the state that is willing to even consider the transfer. And what we have today, and I get asked this a lot, is why don't you send some of your patients to some other hospital so you have more space for this? And the reason is, honestly, as we show you these slides in terms of the emergency department, I can honestly tell you when the ED hours go up, it's another way of showing you these are patients that no other emergency department is prepared to take. And so what we're accumulating are really a significant number of patients that choose us for a reason, and we have a tough time referring to other places. And so we're continuing to work the issue. But the other part of this is that this is another slide that kind of continues to show you the needs of Iowans and what we continue to challenge ourselves to do. We've seen significant growth in surgical volumes over the past 5 years. If you're looking at this, most of the time the reason these graphs happen is because you continue to open a lot more ORs. And Dr. Marsh should be the first one to tell you that we haven't really opened that many more ORs. We are driving our surgical teams to be more efficient, to think more innovatively about how we can continue to do this. But most of this innovation is driven by demand. That there are a lot of patients in need that we need to operate in. The national trend, Dr. Richards knows this, others know this, is that more surgery is going outpatient. And so the national trend should be that most of your surgical cases are headed in an outpatient way, and ours are too, but we continue to see unfettered demand for inpatient surgery. It continues to tell you what Iowans need us to do. So maybe it's just one department or not. So when you look at these slides, with the exception of ophthalmology, we are experiencing double-digit growth during this period of time. And that continues to be somewhat driven by the community need, somewhat driven by our ability to continue to hire faculty that are able to meet this need. But even when you look at ophthalmology, what you really see is that we still see the same need, but over the same time interval, the total number of clinical faculty that are able to do surgeries remained about the same. So the reason here is that our total workforce has stayed about the same in ophthalmology, and that's about the only difference. But you can see here, we continue to be very committed to women's services. We continue to do a significant amount in neurosurgery, and you see these areas. And so this is continuing the trend that Dr. Jackson has talked about in multiple other meetings where with the aging of the population, you have more complex patients for which the university is the surgical destination. Dr. Marshall will be able to speak to this, but his orthopedic population is a far different risk profile orthopedic population than the average practice. And we continue to see that need. And even when you take a program like orthopedics that's being very thoughtful about it, the spine program and how we prepare for these cases and how we standardize these cases, the demand continues to rise for patients in this risk corridor. So if you look at this through this year, orthopedics continues to drive a lot of our top volume growth because, again, there is significant community need, but there's also a positive aspect of this. We are able to offer these services because we're able to recruit and retain more orthopedic surgeons that are able to do these complex cases, that want to do it as part of the University of Iowa healthcare system, and that they're here. So one thing that as you see these rising volumes, we're able to satisfy them. Please remember that there's a very positive story here as well, that we are able to grow our faculty because we're able to recruit talent or retain talent to stay in Iowa to meet this need. And I think a big part of that is because of our academic environment, that we're able to offer research and teaching and training opportunities to go along with the clinical opportunities. So although the challenge makes my job harder, how do you operate a system at this occupancy, the optimism comes from the fact that we continue to attract physicians that want to practice within this environment and be part of Larry's team and other people's teams. So I will say that we're looking into it. And then on the right-hand side here, we're looking at, have current plans to not only open additional ORs in the ASC, which is our ambulatory surgery center, but we're also now asking the care team to look at things differently. We're going to start operating into the evenings, significantly extend our hours. We're doing this for two reasons. One, I mean, it's pretty operationally stressful for us to operate main OR for that long, but our patients also prefer it. That we see a significant preference that they don't mind if it goes into the surgery, whether it's outpatient or inpatient. They appreciate it, and they appreciate being able to get in and see our faculty sooner. We're also running into problems with recovery. A lot of times our ORs aren't efficient because if the beds aren't available, then more patients are in recovery, waiting for those beds. So we're also expanding the number in recovery. We still have a lot of opportunity to improve efficiency, but as you can see here, we are continuing to push our environment to operate at higher utilization levels. I will only extend here that we have talked a lot about the ability to operate above 85% occupancy. But I think that we're really where Dr. Jackson challenged me as soon as I got here, and I think where we have to challenge ourselves as a healthcare system is most hospitals have a certain occupancy rate because they're not prepared to be a 7-day-a-week hospital. Not all services are available on the weekends. Not all services are available in the evenings. So when you have surgeons that are increasingly having complex cases, they don't want to operate on the weekends or in the evenings, not just from their own lifestyle issue. Take the lifestyle issue aside, they're still looking at, is it as safe to operate during this time when I may or may not have the support that I need? We are challenging our system to continue to be just as safe, to be just as innovative on nights and weekends. And that's why we can't flip the switch. So you're going to see us incrementally do this over the next several years is how do we get good at extended hours? Then we're probably going to move into Saturdays. And this is what our patients want, but it is very operationally difficult to do when you've got complex patients. We continue to approach this with optimism, but it's not an easy road. So I want to make sure that you understand that we are trying to do the most with the resources that we have, but we have to do it in a way that's safe for our patients and effective for the care that we're trying to deliver. Along those lines, we have reported multiple times to this committee about our journey around surgical site infections, which is a key area that you have to think about as the ORs get more and more busy and the environment isn't as optimal. It is easier to do better on surgical quality when you see less patients a day. It is easier when you run more limited hours. And what we're doing is having to upgrade our thinking around quality and how we make sure that the entire surgical process from the time that Dr. Marsh decides in clinic that someone is a candidate for surgery, how we can get started on the kinds of preparation that's necessary so that we can be effective. One area that we've been effective is on hysterectomies. And as you can see here, in fiscal year 17, we were really at a place that we shouldn't have been. But a lot of that had to do with new faculty and really rising volumes. And so we had to upgrade our processes to be able to, for us to manage the throughput and the quality. And as you can see here, we've been able to have a real success story here. The reason I wanted to bring this back to you is that I did present this to you about 9 months ago. And I said early results show that we're doing well, but I wanted to close the loop with you and say that a lot of these processes have really stuck. And you saw that GYN surgery is our #1 growth area in the last couple of years. So what we are showing you here on this slide is that we can grow our services to meet the needs of Iowans and maintain the real high quality that you've come to expect us to do. I wish all of our stories were this positive, but what this story shows is that if we can do this here with an interdisciplinary team approach, we can do it in other places as well. So I'm excited about the future, but I think that each year it's only going to get a little bit harder. With that, I will turn it over to Brad so that I'm sure he has something exciting to talk about. Oh, it's the finances.
Should be the most exciting part of your day. All right. A lot of the same trends that we've talked about over the last year, but I'll spend a little more time on them because we are in the first year, or excuse me, the first quarter of this year. So on the operating margin, we budgeted a 3% margin, 3% operating margin for the first quarter. You may recall that we finished last year with an operating margin of 5.6%. So you might ask yourself, if you finished at 5.6, why did you budget 3? And the reason for that, as we've discussed, is that our increase in payment always lags the increase in our inflationary costs on supplies and staff and those kinds of things. And so even maintaining a a relative margin of 3.5% or 4% requires that every year we find efficiency or we increase our volumes. And we, as you can see, our volumes have gone up. I'm proud to report that we've also managed our efficiencies. And so what you see actually is that in this first quarter, our operating margin was 7% versus the budget of 3%. So very, very strong. So where does that come from? If you look at the volume, our inpatient discharges are actually below where they had been last year. We actually budgeted a little bit of a decrease, but our days are up a little bit. So what that would tell us is we're seeing fewer patients, but they're staying longer. That typically means that they are sicker, that they require more resources, and that they are more intensive. And you can see that down on the next bullet under acuity, that we have a very high case mix index, which is a measurement of the sickness of our patients. What you also see up above is that our surgeries, as we've talked about, are high, but also the trend of moving things from inpatient to outpatient is also happening within our operation. And so our visits are up significantly, 9%, our ambulatory visits, much more than our discharges and even much more than our surgeries. And so we're seeing growth really across the house. That last bullet on the left-hand side is something that we focus on, and honestly, I think we have more opportunity for improvement to more effectively get patients out when they should be discharged. That's an index that says if we were at 1, that would be we are meeting what would be expected in terms of the time a patient spends in the hospital. Anything below 1 would be that we're a little more efficient and patients are going home quicker than expected. Anything above 1 means they're probably staying a little bit too long. So we have some opportunity in our pediatric environment. I also believe we have some opportunity in our adult environment as well. We've been doing some studies about what drives this. Interestingly enough, the top reason that delays a discharge in our environment is that the patients don't have transportation to go home. And some of that is that they're in a social situation where they may not have transportation. I think it also is partly the result of the fact that we may not have planned ahead enough to give them appropriate notice. And so when we say, oh, look, you're ready to go home today, they maybe haven't coordinated with family to do that. So sometimes it's medical issues that drive these things, but sometimes it is just pure logistics that we can focus on as well. Our revenues on the right-hand side are up. Again, the trend towards outpatient. Our outpatient services are up much higher than our inpatient revenue. Maybe one of the most positive metrics on this page is that our payer mix actually is very strong. We have historically seen a real trend in Medicare growing as a % of our business, and as you know, that's not one of the better payers in our environment. During the first quarter as compared to last quarter, our Medicare volumes are actually down as a percentage of our business. In absolute terms, Medicare is still higher than it was last year, but it's not as much of a percentage of our business as it was before. Our AR, I think that may be one of the all-time low numbers, and that AR number below 50 is very good when considering hospital and physician charges. And then our salary expenses are below budget. We will see that probably not have as much of a positive variance going forward because of some of the recent changes we've made in our salary structure. So if you'll look then at the next page, I won't spend a lot of time, and I know this is a dense slide with a lot of numbers, but I'll maybe point out 3 or 4 things that really jump out at me. When you look at the total revenue line, to the far right-hand side, that's one of the most surprising numbers to me. So our revenues are up 14% above last year. So we're beating our budget by 3.8%, but we budgeted growth, and we are far in excess of that number as well. So we're trying every which way we can to manage this, but the revenue drive is very strong. If you jump down then to the operating expense line, it has not increased at the same pace as our revenue. Obviously, that's going to yield a stronger margin. We are, relative to budget, we are under budget in our salaries and wages, and in our general expenses. I think Terry was reporting on this earlier. We're higher in our general expenses. A lot of times that tends to be supplies, and built into our revenue number is a lot of pharmacy, specialty pharmacy, things that only we do within the state, and those carry costs as well. So our operating margin then of 7% versus a budget of 3%, versus a prior year number of 3.8. I think we're having a great first quarter. And to put all of this into context, this is a slide that we show you regularly. When we compare against our cohort in the bond rating agency view, they would expect us to have at least a 3.5% margin. We are doing better than that. They would expect us to have more cash balance in reserve. And while we're above 200 days, we are not at the metric that they would like. We are meeting, though, the commitment that we made to them. And then if you look at the bottom, our debt ratio is very favorable, and I think one of the strengths. So when you look at this, I think from a rating agency perspective, margin is probably the most important metric on that page. But there is concern in the financial liquidity or the reserve component if we were to hit some bumpy water or some rainy day kind of thing, what would happen in our operation. But all in all, a very strong first quarter and something that we are really proud of. Are there any questions about the financials?
Regent Barker.
Congratulations on those results. Very good. Just quickly, do you see any trends in emergency room wait times?
The trend isn't very good. I wish I could say it was seasonal, but it's Brad's slide around hours is the key. We continue to get really sick patients. As we've talked with community partners, we have a fairly robust, if you don't need to be in our emergency room, please visit somebody else's emergency room program. And I will say that in the healthcare business, you have to be very careful with that scripting. Many folks have felt offended when they've come to our facility and been asked to go somewhere else because of the wait. They can witness the wait, but they really feel as though, why are you asking me to leave? I know where I came and where I want to be seen. And so, but the data is in, we don't have a lot of emergency department visits that don't require multidisciplinary care. Folks that need to see more than an emergency medicine physician, they need a consult. And so that's a lot of what's driving our emergency room business is they need to see more than just the emergency room doc. Or they have other chronic healthcare conditions, so they might need emergency dialysis, or they might need a scan, or they might need an infusion, and they want to get that at the health system that already knows their dialysis needs and already knows some of these things. And so you have a pretty significant population. We are looking at creating, just like we did with the crisis stabilization unit, kind of separate expertise areas to siphon those patients off to so that they don't tie up rooms so much. So infusions and dialysis are something that we're looking at. So patients that are under chemotherapy, that have adverse events, they come to our emergency room today and tie up a room as well. But this is, again, space and capacity and how do you staff it and those things. So unfortunately, I wish I could give you something better. I think we're doing better on our efficiency, but I don't think it's affecting our wait. So as much as we increase efficiency, we're having that many more people show up. And so it's just like the crisis stabilization unit. Folks used to say for a period of a year or two, we really don't have folks in behavioral crisis in the emergency room anymore. Thank you for the CSU. Now we have the CSU full and have some more patients still in the emergency room. So we are trying to innovate, but we're not out innovating the market need.
Okay, thank you. Regent Lindemeyer.
Is the growth in surgery, is it primarily due to the demographics of the state, or does it have anything to do with your surgical capacity, that you're able to do more things now?
It's a little bit of all three things. Yeah. I think one is the population. Two is that other providers that are in the state are aging out of the market and not being replaced at the same rate. The third piece is our chairs, like Dr. Marsh, are rising to come forward to meet the need and say, I am willing to operate a larger orthopedic department, and I am willing to recruit faculty, and I am willing to do this. And so you have three things happening together. But I would say that it's not entirely us just hiring more surgeons. It is the market and the community need it, and a lot of folks that traditionally provided it didn't. It's not as dramatic as OB, where we can say 30 places that in 2000 used to deliver and have their own staff don't anymore. but it is happening in all of the specialties. The replacement physician rate is not the same. And even the ones that are being replaced don't necessarily have the skills, the equipment, and the support teams in their local hospital to do these cases. So it's a lot of things happening at the same time.
The other thing, the corridor area in Iowa City, the population is really growing quite quickly, and a lot of people are retiring there or moving there. So a lot of it is just the population growth of the area we're in is part of it as well.
One last point I would make, when you're in one of the smaller hospitals, it may not be just that specific service that is of question, but to have the appropriate backup and emergency off-ramp if something goes badly. And so when you start in smaller hospitals losing ancillary services or related disciplines, then the physicians get a little bit less comfortable, and they are quicker to send anything that they think might be a problem. They say, well, just in case, I think it's better that you go somewhere else. And so when, if you were looking at heart surgery and you have a murmur, and you might say, well, I'll keep it for observation, but those then get reviewed because just in case. And that's unfortunate, because a lot of times those people come, they don't have to come. A lot of times they do, but not always. And it's the whole dynamic, the whole package that I think is important.
Are there any other questions for the report? Okay. All right, Dr. Jackson, go ahead.
Okay, I am now pleased to introduce our faculty presenter, Dr. Larry Marsh. Dr. Marsh is the chair and tenured professor in the Department of Orthopedics and Rehabilitation. He holds the Carol B. Larson Chair, and for many years was the program director of the Orthopedic Residency Training Program. He received his BA from Colgate University, his medical degree from Upstate Medical Center in Syracuse, New York, and trained in orthopedic surgery at Boston University. After the completion of his training, he served for 2 years as university lecturer in orthopedic surgery at Oxford University in Oxford, England. His clinical practice is devoted to orthopedic trauma and adult reconstruction. He has developed techniques of minimally invasive articular fracture surgery, and his research is focused on articular fractures and techniques of image analysis to assess the mechanical factors leading to post-traumatic osteoarthritis. He has also been instrumental in initiatives that have led to new requirements for laboratory-based surgical skill training for orthopedic residents, and his research in this area has led to new skills assessments and validated skills and training techniques. His research has been funded by the Department of Defense, National Institutes of Health, Orthopedic Trauma Association, Arthritis Foundation, and others. He and his co-authors were recipients of the 2011 Orthopedic Research and Education Foundation Clinical Research Award for their work on post-traumatic osteoarthritis. He is a past president of the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery and a past director of the board. He is a member of the National Board of Medical Examiners and is a past president of the Mid-American Orthopedic Association and the American Orthopedic Association. So today we've invited Larry to present on the University of Iowa Osteoarthritis Research Program, through which facilitating and advancing their investigation designed to prevent, delay, or mitigate post-traumatic osteoarthritis after intra-articular fractures and other joint injuries, which you'll hear is quite common in our society.
Dr. Jackson, thanks for inviting me. Obviously, you all heard that there's a lot of exciting research programs at the university, and so I'm pleased to be chosen. I'd also be pleased to dig into the weeds of some of the stories that Suresh did about both the positives and challenges of tremendous growth of clinical service and supporting those needs of Iowans, and yet with challenges in hospital beds and operating rooms. Instead, I have about 10 minutes for you on research, so let's do it, because I think that's really exciting too. So I'm happy to be sitting down. I don't know about the rest of you, but if I was standing up, my low back would be hurting, and I'd have pain in my left hip, and statistics would say that would be true for many of us sitting here. So osteoarthritis is a huge problem. It's the #1 cause of loss of mobility in senior adults, permanent disability, and healthcare expenditures. And we have been fortunate enough in the Department of Orthopedics with a few other collaborators around the college to have nearly a 20-year program in funded research in this area, originally by the NIH and more recently by the Department of Defense. And I'll finish with a slide on the last one, but I'll really tell you a story of how we got there. So if you look at this football player on the left, he may have an anterior cruciate ligament injury, and statistically, he would have a 40% chance of having disabling knee osteoarthritis over a 10-year period. If you instead look at that X-ray of an exploded ankle fracture, that's actually the type of things that I treat, that has a much higher risk and a much quicker risk of developing post-traumatic osteoarthritis. So post-traumatic arthritis is our slice of this big pie of osteoarthritis. Number one disabling condition in this country. Post-traumatic is ours. These are some of our publications at the bottom that support the bullet points at the top. And the picture on the left is a radiograph of the condition. It's in the ankle. You see the fracture. There's loss of joint space. There's other radiographic changes of a person with a bad ankle. And sort of the fourth bullet down would say if you're limping around on that ankle, it inhibits your lifestyle as much as having end-stage kidney disease or congestive heart failure. And you can look at some of the other bullets. Most frequent disabling condition from the armed services. Annual cost of $15 billion, and 10 years earlier than other causes of osteoarthritis. So this is a problem of relatively young patients. And here's 3 questions that frames a 20-year research program. Who is at risk? And can we measure it, or do we just judge it? What are the biological events? And if you start to identify number 2, you can then get to number 3, was right at the cusp of where we are now. Can you intervene on those biological events to change the outcome? So who is at risk? And of course, I have a lot of colleagues that work on this, and I don't do this particular research, but it's sort of my engagement of being able to measure fractures. So instead of just looking at it and saying, that's a really bad one, instead to be able to put a metric on it and measure the comminution energetics. And we can do that on CT scans. And if you make that measurements and you look at the bar diagrams and you look at the reasonably clean break between the greens and the reds, it does suggest that if your energy of your injury is in the upper bar side, you are going to get the problem. You are doomed. Can we do anything to prevent it? Here's drop tower experiments on ankles of recent amputees that have consented to have us use their ankle to do these type of experiments, and we're creating experimentally these fractures. And here you're seeing cells, and good cells are green and dead cells are red, and you're seeing a progression from top to bottom of the injury. So the white arrows on the right are the fracture line, and initially there's just a few red cells at the edge. But as 1 day goes to 2 days, you get a spreading zone of cell death, suggesting that something is happening. Something in injured cells is going to healthy cells, and if we can identify that something and we can then block it from happening, we can protect green cells and keep them green rather than turning red. And we think we've done that. And we have 2 agents, actually amobarbital, it's been around for decades and decades, and N-acetylcysteine, that block this biological path that takes just marginal red cells and has them spread across the joint. Of course, doing it in amputation specimens isn't enough to move into patients. So we have an animal model. It's actually the Yucatan mini pig, and we've experimented with N-acetylcysteine and amobarbital in this animal model. We have a profile publication, and that's led to our latest grant. And when I tried this out on my assistant yesterday, she reminded me to tell you that in this slide, red is good. So it's a different staining technique, and you see no treatment, amobarbital, and N-acetylcysteine in these pig hocks, and you can even get an impression that nice and smooth and intact is the amobarbital and N-acetylcysteine specimens, and the no treatment is degenerating early post-traumatic osteoarthritic cartilage. And actually this is really exciting because these were created fractures in these pigs, and this publication was enough evidence that the DOD a year ago gave us $10 million to further study it. And this is actually my last slide, and I said I would be 10 minutes. So this is our project going forward. Project 1 is actually a clinical trial. So if we can say your ankle is doomed based on our comminution energetics, we can get IRB approval to say these relatively benign drugs, we should try them in your ankle, and that's Project 1. So it is a phase 1 clinical trial for safety. Project 2 is to assess some more of the mechanical factors in bracing and protect these joints while they're healing. Project 3 is a gene therapy to supplement amobarbital with joint lubrication, and Project 4 is back to the basic science to try and understand even better the mechanisms and the pathways that lead to this disease. And it really is the same as what's happening in cardiology. And if one of us, heaven forbid, should have a heart attack, we'd want to take aspirin right away, and we would want to do things to keep it small rather than spreading. It's kind of the same thing. And we hope by the end of this study, we will have an injectable biologic that will help prevent PTOA, at least in bad ankle fractures. And then, of course, that opens the world of other fractures, ligament injuries, and does it help us even get a window onto primary osteoarthritis? And why would my back be aching and my hip hurting if I was standing up? So thank you for listening. This is just some of our healthcare providers, and I hope you found it a little bit interesting what we're trying to do.
Are there any questions for Dr. Marsh? Regent Lindmeyer?
I assume these two drugs, they're preventative, so they have to be administered at the time of injury. They don't reverse something that's been, I'm asking for a personal reason.
Yeah, I have the same
fell off my
personal
roof 2 years ago.
Unfortunately for you and I, the answer to your question is yes. So the advantage of post-traumatic is that you know when the disease starts, whereas whatever disease you and I have, we don't really know when it started. But in post-traumatic, you know when it starts, and it does open a window to study its progression and try to understand how to prevent it. So yes, it would be an injectable as close to the time of injury as possible.
Any other questions for Dr. Marsh? Thank you so much. Your proof, your presentation is proof of what research can do and is doing, and so important to people in the state. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That
Okay,
concludes our
I-
report today.
All right. Any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee is asked to receive the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinic presentation, including opening remarks, operating and financial performance report, and faculty presentation on the University of Iowa Osteoarthritis Research Program. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the UIHC presentation is received. And before you go, I want to thank you, Dr. Jackson, for all the good news that you brought us with Dr. Abel and all the others. I can't remember their names. With the gift that Carson King, excuse me, I know a Carson Griffith and it's somebody else, but Carson King and what you're going to do with that is just absolutely tremendous. And thank you for the presentation. As always, it was very informative. Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bates, and thanks to the presenters. I'm going to say something. I see all the people in the back of the room, and we're going to move to the portion of the meeting where we will have public comment, but I appreciate the fact that you were respectful while the other people were speaking, and thank you for that. I have something to read, and then we'll have presenters. At this time, we will have public comment from the board. Before the board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. We will now open the microphone for the first presenter.
Chris Simmons.
Hey everybody, my name is Chris Simmons and I'm a proud and pissed off student from Iowa State. Now, if I was a Board of Regents member, I might be wondering, what are all these students doing in my meeting? You make it pretty hard to come here. We're here because we're sick and tired of going to universities that don't seem to give a damn about their students. We're sick and tired of universities that allow white supremacists to organize on their campuses without consequence. I'm sick and damn tired of universities with tuition hikes that are designed to keep working class students like me out. When I was 18, my plan was to go to Iowa State. But when I lost my family's support to afford college, that plan had to change. I went to community college for 2 years and I worked 40 hours a week at a call center so I could make it to ISU, and it was still barely affordable. These tuition hikes and the multi-year tuition model are nothing less than a plan to make it harder for people like me to get in, and that ain't right. Since 2000, tuition has skyrocketed, while state funding has dropped year after year. This has created universities where only the rich and white can attend, leaving everyone else behind. The students that do get in are being left to die on our campuses, and we aren't going to stand for that, and that's why we're here. The fight against tuition hikes and the fight against white supremacy is the same fight. The state doesn't need tuition to go up by one more damn dollar. What we need is free college for all to make sure not one more student in this state gets left behind. That's not queer students, not students of color, not disabled students, not undocumented students, nobody. This board is being used as a puppet by the legislature, by a legislature that is hell-bent on denying me and my people an education with these funding cuts. Every year, the state legislature cuts funding to higher education. They get away with these budget cuts because they know every year that this Board of Regents will raise tuition. We're asking you to stop it, take a stand. Stop raising tuition. Force the state to take responsibility for educating its young people. We need you to take a stand. Education is a human right, and we all deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Clarissa Gonzalez. Sarah Castro.
Hello, my name is Sara and I'm a student and organizer with Iowa Student Action. I'm standing here today in solidarity with students fighting against tuition hikes, white supremacy, and in solidarity with non-tenure track Faculty Forward campaign at the University of Iowa in their fight for a paid sick leave bank. Students and faculty need the same thing. We need profits out of education. I'm originally from California, but I was priced out of going to college in-state and am now so far away from my home and my family because we were left with no other choice. I am saddened and outraged to see this Board of Regents pass tuition hikes that force Iowans to leave their state for an education, just like I was forced to leave California. Growing up, I saw the evil that occurs when decision makers put profits over people. My grandfather was hospitalized 5 times in 2 years. Caring for my grandfather, something every family should be able to do, put my parents underwater with medical debt for medication, doctor's visits, and at-home care. Between taking care of my grandparents and working overtime to pay off medical debt, my parents had no time left for me, and I was left without a family. Our family has never been able to escape this medical debt. Medical debt stole my ability to go to my dream school, and medical debt will steal my little sister's ability to go to her dream school. That's why I'm here with Iowa Student Action and in solidarity with Faculty Forward to demand a tuition freeze and a paid sick leave bank for faculty at the University of Iowa. We share a vision for a more just and fair public education system in Iowa, for students and faculty. As the people on the front lines of this issue, actively engaged in the public education system, we know the damage the Board of Regents is doing, and it is time that the Board of Regents seriously addresses and prioritizes the needs of faculty and students. The decisions you make determine the fate and the future of faculty and students who are on campus every day, while you only come around every couple of months. Right now, sick faculty, your employees, are unable to access the healthcare they so desperately need because the University of Iowa refuses to create a paid sick leave bank. This is not some utopian demand. The University of Northern Iowa already has a paid sick leave bank, so why can't this board and President Harold create one at U of Iowa? By refusing to do something as simple as create a paid sick leave bank, you are forcing these teachers, your employees, into the same despair that my family experienced. You are killing your workers and destroying their families. It is past time now. Create a sick leave bank now.
Esmeralda Saucedo. Laura Roman.
My name is Giselle. I'm a first generation second-year student here at UNI. I'm a program coordinator for Unidos, a Latinx organization, and I also am a founder of REC, and among many other roles on campus. Today, I would like to discuss the issue of diversity and inclusion at the university level in the state of Iowa. More specifically, I'd like to address more recent events that have occurred on this campus. As I'm sure you've heard, the Racial and Ethnic Coalition, or REC, has been working within the university for the past year to amplify the voices and lived experiences of students of color here at UNI. For more context, after the Waka Flocka incident last year that exposed racial biases that administration held, and a group of concerned students gathered together and held a multicultural town hall. With the information we received from students who attended, we formulated a list of short-term demands that we felt administration could easily work on. When we presented these demands to senior leadership, they all agreed that these demands would and could be done by the time we returned in the fall. When we returned, we found that none had been completed, even after we gave them an extra month to complete the list. Our frustration stems from continued examples of not being taken serious as students of color. We as a coalition have made efforts to uplift the experiences of students of color and have collected a large sum of testimonies that expose the true climate on our campus. From students using slurs against Mexican students, to indigenous students not receiving any support, to professors pointing out how multicultural a class was when 3 out of 40 students had different last names, and incidents of racial profiling by UNI police. It is clear to us that UNI is not and has never been an ally to students of color. I quote my peer, Montasia Carter, a black student at UNI. I feel that UNI treats students of color as a poster child of diversity and inclusion, but they treat us like numbers on a piece of paper. I feel that it's a slap in the face to claim diversity and inclusion as their #1 goal, yet retention rates, curriculum, and Responses to the need of Black students say different. These stories are not to say that specific people need to be replaced and that will solve everything, but the structural change is necessary. In specific, the way that the university is funded means that administration can ignore students of color so long as it does not hurt enrollment. Students of color need to be recognized as integral parts of the university community, not just another source of revenue. Furthermore, the amount of control that the Board of Regents exercise over decisions that will ultimately impact students will absolutely no racial diversity and little student representation is fundamental, undemocratic, and damaging to the experiences of students. That is why we believe the greater student representation and awareness of the issues of diversity and inclusion on the Board of Regents is necessary. In solidarity with Iowa Student Action, Iowa State Students Against Racism, and the Does You Iowa Love Me movement, we are demanding a town hall meeting with the board to have student voices be heard and that equitable and swift actions will be taken. You have heard all of us speak, and now we're asking you to make a choice. Last year, we warned you that tuition hikes would only make our campus less safe and students of color and poor students. We wish we had been wrong, but we were right. And now 3 minutes of public comments is simply not enough to fully explain the problem to you. That is why we are requesting that this Board of Regents coordinate with Iowa Student Action in organizing public town halls at UNI, UIowa, and ISU to have open and public discussions about tuition hikes and the dangerous rise of racism on our campuses with impacted students. We ask that this Board of Regents to take us seriously. Last year, you refused to. We're not asking anymore, we're demanding. Reach out to our staff before the end of fall semester to schedule these town halls, or we promise to shut down every single one of your spring semester meetings. Stop hiding from the students you represent. Come meet with us at our schools. That's it.
Becky Hawbaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Hawbaker, and I'm the president of United Faculty, the faculty union here at UNI, representing about 650 faculty members. I'm also here as a faculty member who cares deeply about our UNI students and issues of diversity and inclusion at UNI. So I'm here to talk about two of those related issues, but I'm going to start with that first issue, our students. I'm here to support our students of color and other marginalized students who have organized and who have called this university and others to account for inadequate progress on addressing individual and institutional discrimination on our campus. Their social media posts, their town hall meeting this week have all illustrated and given voice to problems and issues we need to collectively hear and better understand, to own up to our own part in creating these problems, and to step up to our responsibility in addressing, solving, and repairing those problems. I ask the BOR to also hold all Regents institutions accountable for inclusive outcomes, not just diversity checklists or words of support, and to ask hard questions about institutional data and metrics that continue to demonstrate disparate outcomes, opportunities, and experiences based on race, gender, language, country of origin, and disability, and other factors. Now, I and other faculty leaders stand at the ready and in solidarity with marginalized students, and we express our willingness and strong interest to participate in collaborating with students, administration, and staff on initiatives that will truly make UNI and other institutions a welcoming, inclusive, equitable, and diverse community. Second, I'm here as the union president to remind the BOR of several past offenses and to ask you to be an advocate also for faculty rather than an adversary in the future. As you know, in June, the Iowa Public Relations Board, PERB, found that the BOR broke Iowa law with its pattern of delay that undermined our collective bargaining process. Now, bad faith bargaining is not just bad form, it's illegal, and it had very negative consequences for UNI faculty and their families. 2 years of de facto salary cuts, and the loss of a 52-page contract of contract protections that were negotiated over the course of 40 years. Now, while United Faculty continues to pursue other remedies, PERB required you to post these posters, these notices, that it committed a practice prohibited by Iowa code, and it's sort of a public shaming. But posting a flyer isn't the same thing as looking someone in their eye, someone you've hurt, and I imagine the 650 faculty standing behind me, and reflecting on what we can do different in the future. You reviewed data today on how UNI faculty spend an average of 50 hours each week on their teaching, research, and service to this institution and to our students. They work hard, they work for you, they work for our students, and they deserve your advocacy, support, and respect. But instead, the BOR in 2017 denied them the fair wage increase that both negotiating teams were in agreement on. You denied them a strong contract with protections for things you say you stand for, like tenure, due process, academic freedom, and other matters. So I ask you now to also stand in solidarity with faculty on those issues, and to, in the future, resolve to negotiate and to contractually protect those things that we hold dear. Other employers in school districts, county, and city government have made different choices that demonstrate clearly their respect and support for employees through their contracts. I ask you to do the same. And I'll also echo the, please listen to Faculty Forward at the University of Iowa. They deserve a real paid sick leave bank, not the fake one that you're going to hear about later.
President Richards, that is the last scheduled speaker we have. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, this meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa is adjourned.